allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I'm sure she'll be able to join us soon. I hear there's some train traffic, so. Yeah.
Hear you.
Oh, I do have it on. So is it just too far? How's that? Is that a little better? Better? You're welcome. Thank you for letting me know. But just to say that Chair McKee will be here in just a bit. There's some train and traffic issues for her. So thank you guys for allowing me to kick us off. Really quick then, trustees, for the review of agenda. Any questions, concerns, comments? Okay, then we'll go ahead and move right on to recognitions. Superintendent Wells, did you want to, or did we just go ahead and have Brian come up?
Yeah, so we'll ask Principal Kessler to come up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate
You're
it.
welcome. Yeah. Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, thank you for having us up here today. Very excited to recognize one of our teaching staff. I was debating on whether or not recognizing her as Miss Sologub or Miss Galbaby. She was Miss Sologub when she taught me how to drive back in the day. But Cindy has done some amazing things in our welding program at Helena High School in the couple of years that she's been there, putting our kids in a lot of really positive positions to get jobs, to get internships, and to go in the field to help us in the welding aspect that we need. At Helena High School, I believe we are the only American Welding Society club in the state, and so she continues to keep that going. That does when we do our annual weld off with East Helena High School now. That's all with the American Welding Society piece with it. So recently, she took some kids on a venture up to Great Falls to see some jobs and some schools and some things that were going on there. And while she was there, she was surprised with some awards, being selected as the American Welding Society Section Educator and District Educator. So that the section includes Montana, Idaho, and then the district includes some more of those western states. So out of all of those areas, we are honored to have Cindy be recognized for all the hard work that she does. And all the time and care she puts into our kids to make them better people and teach them how to weld. So I'm honored to recognize Miss Galbaby for her American Welding Society Section and District Educator Awards.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much for everything you guys do, and we're so honored. Like Brian said, we're the only AWS club in Montana, and the kids work really hard at the club, and to take them on a trip and then get an award was a surprise. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you very, very much. I love it when we get the opportunity to recognize our CTE programs alongside other academic associations and programs. So thank you. All right. How about for MASSP?
All right, yes. And bear with me, I'm fighting a bit of a cold as well, so if I cough or whatever, that's what that is. But appreciate the Board of Trustees and the community being here tonight, and I am truly elated that Travis Brazil received this award from MASSP. And Sam, just backing up a little bit, Sam is the School Administrators of Montana, MASSP, the Montana Association of Secondary School Principals. And in the fall, I want to say early November, they put out a call to their members. We are accepting nominations for a variety of different awards and distinctions. One of them being this Community Partner in Education Award. And when I saw that come through, I said instantly, Travis Brazil is the guy that I got to nominate and put forward, and was notified in early January that he was selected by the organization. Had the opportunity to attend the principals conference with he and his wife, April, who are here at the meeting tonight, where he received the distinction and award. Some of the things that he's done for PAL specifically, and really the broader community, it'd be a long meeting if I listed them all, but the tremendous things, truly, his work in helping organize a number of PAL events. Our Kiwanis Holiday Luncheon is a truly great thing. He's been integral and part of a number of scholarships that our kids have awarded, and I've got a funny story I'll tell on that in a moment. Just from a personal standpoint, he is always able and willing to answer my call or our staff's call. He is as regular an attendee at a lot of our all school meetings, which consist of, nuts and bolts kind of things. Here's stuff for student staff to know, as well as recognition and affirmation pieces, right? And hey, I really value and appreciate what this person had done for me. And he is always quick to offer advice to our kids, recognize where they're at, follow up with them, just from individual conversations after we've dispersed and concluded those weekly meetings. So he, again, is as regular an attendee at our PAL events as anyone, and as important of a community partner as any. And so the two funny stories, or one funny story and one serious one, that I think emphasizes his work. Last year, I want to say, we had our counselor notify one student that she had won a scholarship, which was great. And this was at our all school. And she had said, yeah, the scholarship selection only had 2 applicants. It was student A who had won and student B who did not at PAL. And Travis was in attendance. And by the time it gets back to him, he goes, so you applied for that scholarship too? And the kid goes, yeah, I didn't get it. He goes, oh, well, we'll make sure you get the award money too. And covered the cost of that scholarship, which was tremendous. I think that really, again, embodies what he does. The other funny story from the principals conference, as his name was being shown up on the screen and his distinctions being announced, like similar to this, went up, got his award, very excited and happy for him. He sits at the table with me. I said, Travis, that's probably the only time I've ever seen you speechless, at any kind of event. And he leaned over to me and goes, Matt, they didn't give me a chance to speak though. So I think you've got your opportunity now. MASSEP Community Partner in Education Award winner, truly deserving Travis Brazil here in the community.
I didn't realize that I was such a speaker. One thing that I would like to recognize is 15 years ago, we started this in this building, and we would sit around in the same circle, and we would have the same concept as we engaged the kids. And as we did this, we didn't really know what we were doing. We just knew that we wanted to be involved and see where it went. And so this is really, truly evolved. It was never created. And in doing that, I have to recognize my wife, because as we live in Elliston, as everybody knows, I never have a real plan to say anything at any of these all schools. So I'll call April on the way home or on the way to work, and I'll say, what am I talking about today? She said, well, this happened in your life yesterday. Talk about that. Okay. So we have to recognize April along with this. But it isn't necessarily what I say, and I'll end it with this. It isn't what I say with these kids. It isn't necessarily what I do. It's the fact that I walk through the door on Fridays. That's the difference in their lives, because I can count on that. So I've gotten as much from them as they've gotten from me. Thank you.
Mr. Carey, I know on behalf of the board, I just want to say thank you for the time and the passion that you have to help serve our students with PAL, especially with that sensitive group. It's especially important that we have support. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the meeting over to Chair McKee.
Apologies, guys. I need to download that train app. All right, so we will move on to item number 4 on the agenda, the superintendent's report.
Made it just in time.
No, I missed some good stuff, and I apologize.
really
I
did.
really, truly am
Yes,
no
yes.
disrespect by it.
Yeah. Well, thanks for being here.
Superintendent report, again, recognition, new business, and outreach. You have before you, I'll add a few more things as events unfolded even today. Within the superintendent report, there are mentions in the new business of what we're going to cover and items for information, so I'll cover those pretty quickly. Again, we'll start out recognitions. We thank all of our community, the taxpayers, for the innovative tax credit that took place. Samantha or Sam and her team of individuals inputting data to receive the tax credit, and so it's kind of like a lottery. You first in receives, and we were able to run about $140,000 of tax credit money back into the system. So we're really proud of that. You know, there's other districts that are running millions, but of that is like 30 individuals with high pay. And so the work that you did and your team to input that data, it's the faster you can put it in, the faster it comes at you and it runs out. So appreciate Sam and her team for doing that. It is Counseling Appreciation Week, School Resource Officer Week. We recognize them. I don't think there's a meeting in the last year that we haven't recognized Callie Asham in the chamber for their continued involvement and support. We are thankful for their partnership for sure. We also I was able to sit on a panel yesterday. It was the State of the City as a first ever chamber event where they had local leaders in economic development, education. Our mayor was with us and housing authority. And so we sat, and there was a room full of about 250 individuals that was facilitated by Callie Asham in the chamber of just the State of the Union, really what's happening around our perspectives in the city. So that was a nice event that I got to sit on. I want to thank Becca and HEF and Brenda for all of their work. Specifically, there's a couple of things and one's not on here, and I'll touch on that here in a minute, but our luncheon, you guys put in tremendous amounts of hours at zero pay, and so the luncheon in recognition of your efforts is well appreciated, and we thank that partnership that we have with Helena Education Foundation that recognizes you and your work and what you do for students. So we want to thank them and also thank you for your investment in our kids. So the other part of this too is just quickly, I want to thank Helena PD. And often they probably don't get a lot of credit. But when we had the student organized walkout that was going to take place last week, they notified us that there was a suspicious jug of gasoline in an area. And that took on a life of its own. But they notified us at 10:40. Our kids were leaving the building at 11 o'clock, so I had 20 minutes to make a decision. The game changer for me on that was that the Helena PD let Mr. McKay know, that ended up letting me know that in 20 minutes something was going to take place. But what was unique about it is that they felt something was off. Like their flags were up. And so that indicated to us that something was amiss. And simply having a jug of gasoline behind a business in where we were going to didn't necessarily really initiate a concern at the first until I found out there was fireworks strapped to it. All right, now the intent just changed. And so that's where that turned for us and a real easy decision. Though a few other players disagree with the decision that we were going to get our kids back inside and make sure everyone's safe, because I just couldn't tell what the intent was and we needed more time. So that's that along roundabout way of thanking Helena PD for their due diligence and letting us know quickly and also giving us heads up on how they felt about it. So thanks to them. And then also we had a really great event today at Capitol. Miss Carney, is Brenda in? She was going to come and help me, and if she wasn't, then I've got it. So at Capitol today, we are able to recognize a partnership with a community organization, and they have been with us, and we've had this partnership for quite a while, especially through the lens and the work of Jim Weber. And so Boeing has been a partner with Jim Weber for 15 to 20 years. He's done a really nice job of working with Boeing and getting our kids into job shadowing and opportunities to see what machining looks like within a business sense. We've also recently established, since 2022, a partnership with Helena Education Foundation and the Boeing grants. And so today we are able to recognize what's called the Crosstown Robotics Coalition. We received from Boeing the Boeing company, a check in $100,000 for Crosstown Robotics and the programs for it, the professional development and the supplies that's going to go with that. And so we're really thankful again is that they work with Jim Weber and our student and job shadowing, but we're also thankful with their connection with Helena Education Foundation. Remember, it wasn't too long ago that they had the Legos kits. And so all of the elementary students were working with our Lego kits, and that was a grant through Boeing as well. So a super great partnership, much like what we see with Travis, is that we don't work in isolation, that we really rely on our partners in the community, and that's either individuals and or businesses. And so we're thankful for Boeing. They are expanding out. They're going to build a 40,000 square foot addition to their building and bring in more programs. And for us, that's a great opportunity for us for more collaboration, more job shadowing, more opportunity for our kids to be invested in Boeing. So we'll look forward to that. Moving on. So new business, a lot of this, as I mentioned, we will cover in items for information, but the bond update, we'll have our architects and our construction managers come up here in a minute. But one important note for the board to understand or know is that we did bring all of our professional development teams or our professional design teams, contractors, the city, our owner's rep Holting, ourselves as Helena Public Schools. We brought all of us in. There must have been 30 to 35 of us in this room, really calibrating this into be one team. So we really need the support of the city as we submit documentation, that documentation is seen quickly and approved quickly so that we can get back in the construction cycle. That is going to be a real important aspect in COG in this whole system, is that we're not competing for resources, that we are all one resource. And so the beginning of that, the genesis of that team is to bring everybody in, make sure that we all have the same calibration and the same understanding that this is one legendary project for the entire community with 3 projects built within it. So that was a really important meeting that we had as of late. Remember, we do that anyway when we bring in a construction manager and we have an architect that's already been on board for a month. We bring them together and we try to close that knowledge gap. And so we did that on a grand scale with everybody in the room. Moving on quickly, we have Grow Your Own. I talked about that. We have nearly 20. We have, I think, 21. That one's coaching right now. It's really difficult for him to come to these, so we'll get him caught back up some other way. We brought in 5 retired administrators as a panel last week, and they sat in. Sue Sweeney was one of them, Rob Watson, retired administrator out of Alaska, and they fielded questions that the 20 individuals had, and went really, really well. And so I got a lot of good feedback on what does it look like if you're thinking about being a leader. What does it look like moving forward your first year? What does the impacts to your family? What happens when you become an administrator? And so I think that was an eye-opening for a lot of our young leaders that's interested in becoming principals. There are some leadership in this district. We started from the ground up. The podcast. We've got 2 in. We started one with audio and one's video and audio, of course. It wasn't a silent movie. And we ended up really getting good reviews on our podcast. So that was a genesis from Taylor Lassiter, our communication officer, and really trying to reach people where we haven't reached before. And so just another venue for us to continue our outreach. CMS, Carrie Mazel, HR is still working through, this is nearly 2 years in operation. Compensation philosophy, pay plan rules, and then looking at our independent administrative salary matrices, that's coming at you just as a warning, and then, or heads up. And then we've done a market analysis on our coaching stipends and positions. And so there's different ways that those are funded through different districts. And we feel like we may be out of alignment through the market. And so we've asked CMS to do that research for us and provided, and now have a report back on what that looks like. So we'll be bringing recommendations forward to the board. Still working on academic focus and our performance indicators. That's worked. In fact, when we attend the AASA conference here this week, those are look fors for our team as we go and see what the rest of the country is doing. Bridge Alliance, you'll hear tonight. There's been a lot of work and a lot of meetings, and the due diligence of that committee working hard to making sure that they get it right. And so you'll hear that tonight. I know Mr. Franco is here to present. Mr. Myers is working diligently on a copy center. We have several big copies in our copy center underneath Helen Middle School that those printers are out of date. And so Mr. Meyer is working with other industries or other companies and firms to see if we can't bring our triple form copy forms back to get that out of the system and really go to a more web-based front-facing interface. And so we're a little behind. And so Mr. Meyer's been working on that. And I think we have a strategy moving forward, probably more efficient, faster, and less cost. So we're looking forward to bringing that to you. I talked about the National Conference for Education. We are expecting Dr. Plucker's report to come at us here in the next couple of weeks. We've been talking a lot about it. There's some interest, obviously, in our community. We just I haven't been able to. We've had news media, people reaching out for comments, and we're just not in that position right now until we get that report. And I want to see what our third party and the expert has to say about that. So we're expecting that in the next couple of weeks. So look forward to seeing that. Amoresco is here. I actually said I thought we'd be done by 9:15, and until I saw Brian walk in, so I said now it's going to be 10. Amoresco will be talking a little bit, and Todd will present in the work that they did, the energy audit, remember, but now that energy audit is going to turn into actual work. We've been, Amoresco and I have talked about this for 5 years. I know that there's been 5 years, Mr. Meyer, might have been during your time that the Amoresco was working through seeing if we can't increase the efficiency of not just HVAC, but more importantly, our lighting across all the schools. But we're picking the elementary, and you'll hear that tonight. So we're proud to finally have that come to reality. There is no school on February 16th. Remember that. And then outreach, it's there. There's a lot going on. One that I'm excited about, it's Dr. Seuss reading, March 6th. That'll be at 4G's reading my favorite Dr. Seuss book. Other than that, I was able to also, the Mighty Mo asked me to be the first to be on their podcast roving morning show. So I met him at Shelley's on Friday, if you had a chance to hear that. So I was able to meet up with those guys. And that's always a really great avenue for information in certain demographics. And so I was really glad to be able to get those guys and get good information out. So that is my superintendent report. Any questions? Yes.
I didn't mean to jump the gun with
That's
my
all
hand
right.
waving around there. And I don't know if I missed it or just lack of information, but where can we find the podcast? Is it on like the Apple Podcasts and those apps?
Well, I want to see if it's good first. We're
pretty good. We're
intentionally
kind of
burying it,
Good.
Trustee Walsh. We're not sure. There's early reviews. I need our student reps to preview it. We actually have it in my newsletter. It's there, and I don't know if it's on our website yet, but I do know that we pushed it out. And so, like I said, the first one was audio visual. We did that, and then we did just an audio one with Taylor and I. But they have been in my news. I think she pushed those out. My last one yesterday, but maybe that I'll check with her. And I knew she was just lurking around here and behind us a
But
minute
is
ago.
it just as a link to access?
It is. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it would make sense for us to push that out onto our website too. And a hot button right in front.
I mean, if I may,
Yeah.
I did find it in Apple Podcasts.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I smashed that follow button.
Any other questions?
Any other questions? Very thorough and amazing as always, Mr. Welts.
Got a good team.
So much going on. It's pretty awesome. Let's see. We'll move on to general public comment. Is there any in-person public comment? Is there any online public comment? All right, well, we will move on to item number 6, new business. And before we go all the way into the true business part of the meeting, just want to let everybody know that we will be taking a biology break at 7:30, so you can plan your life accordingly. This is a long meeting and a packed agenda, but we are not going to hold you hostage. Unless you're, waiting for item number 9 on the agenda, then you are held hostage. All right, new business. Mr. Wells, do you want to introduce our architects for facilities and bonds projects update?
I'm going to go off script here.
Oh, good.
I know. I'd like to back that up. So Gretchen, I'm going to pull Mosaic up first, and if that's where we're at. I haven't looked at the agenda, but I do want to start, as we move forward. I want to have Kessler lead the discussion in our monthly board meetings. And here's the reason why. We know that Helena High's ahead of the game because of where they started, right? If we start with Helena High and all the work that they're doing as we work our way down to where Kessler's at, it's not as much. And so it seems like we've lost momentum. So if we start with where you're at in Mosaic, it doesn't seem awkward as they are moving down. So I'm thinking about our architects and feeling, hey, we're not quite keeping up, but it is a momentum moving forward. So if you don't mind, Gretchen, if that makes sense to you, I'd like for you guys to start out. And what I would like to do is, from my seat, as we move forward and get better at this, right? Season 2, Seinfeld's better than season 1, so here we are. I would want to make sure that your construction managers come up with you, and so that we're not inviting 2 firms per visit. So if you would, you just hand it off to your construction managers.
Yeah.
Fair enough?
We will get there.
All right, we're getting better at
you.
this.
Yep. And eventually, as Tim just said, we'll be neck and neck, when we round the second corner of the race here, but
We do believe that.
yep. I think I have control, maybe. Oh, yeah, there's an on switch. What am I pointing at?
Gary can drive it from over here.
Okay.
Can you? I just volunteered you.
Okay, so you've seen this slide before, but this is the basic scheme of our schedule here. We are just wrapping up the ed specs and programming document, and we'll be delivering that this week. We're putting final refinements on that right now and moving into schematic design. So what I will be talking about today is kind of all the engagement pieces that have gone into that ed spec and are reflective in that document. Slide. Yeah, I can. Oop. Look, I do have control now. I think I can. Let me try. Oh, look at that. Okay. So as I've explained before, I think there's kind of this qualitative piece and quantitative piece to understanding the building program. And from the quantitative standpoint, that's sort of setting the vision for the project, understanding what the community of Kessler is all about, and making sure that the building is reflective of that program and their mission. And so qualitative input from teachers, we did a number of these exercises to try to get at what that culture piece looks like for them. What we have heard is that Kessler is a very tight-knit community. There's a lot of making sure people have got your back, sense that every kid belongs to that community and is taken care of. A real sense that that there's a sense of community that they want to make sure every kid knows that they belong. And there is also a real robust tradition of community events that happens there. On a monthly basis, there's family barbecues, there's carnivals, there's college, parent college, there's craft fairs, there's Carroll College game nights. It goes on in a sense to create opportunities for families to connect. So kudos to them for creating that sense of community. There's also a deep sense that we heard from teachers and students alike, that they honor inclusion in every form. And what that means is they're supportive of all learning needs, and we see evidence that kids are encouraged to even build self-awareness about their own learning needs. There's also a great sense that we've heard both from students and teachers of wanting to have a facility and a site that better reflects inclusion for all physical abilities. And obviously that's a deficit in their current facility. And lastly, that learning is joyful, it's hands-on, it's collaborative, and it happens everywhere, indoors and outdoors. So then we have also done, I had control until I didn't. Could you forward that for me, please? And then we did some qualitative engagement with students. And I had Paul Blumenthal, an artist and an architect, with me for 2 days worth of engagement with students where we asked them all kinds of questions. It was a great deal of fun. And Paul was capturing some of that vision in a mural while I captured it in notes. And I visited Paul's studio this weekend, and he's making great progress on a fantastic mural, which will hang in the Kessler gym as soon as it's ready, and then we'll move to the new building when that takes place. A great opportunity for kids, I think, to see something they heard their fellow students say or they said reflected in an art piece. It's a little bit abstract, so I think I asked him for an artist statement too, so that we could help kids kind of decipher what they're seeing in the image. It's a beautiful image. And it captures lots of things. And so I think it's a great way for kids to see sort of the physical element of how that comes together in a piece of artwork, expressionist piece. So what we heard from them, and we've been also dropping off an engagement board every week at the school with a little question for kids to answer. It comes back full of sticky notes that we try to decipher. And we're creating a little word cloud from each of those. So, you know, what has become obvious in all of these is, and it's so joyful, a love of reading and the library. The library is central to these kids' favorite activity. Reading is a favorite activity, and it's coming up again and again. So that's just heartwarming. Also a love of hands-on learning and artistic expression in all forms. And so when we tried to get a sense of what gives kids a sense of belonging, these older kids were very articulate and started to talk about hearing kind words and friendship, but also having a chance for self-expression. And that means, you know, visual expression and performing arts and all those kinds of things. So really great ideas. And again, a reflection that these events that Kessler is promoting and scheduling really have an impact on memories. Kids had full lists of activities that are favorite activities for them, special events at Kessler, like visiting Montana Wild, Nature Fridays, Fun Friday games, Field Day, all kinds of things that they are creating great memories with. And you can advance that slide. Yeah. Yes. The Big Hill. I did have to ask which Big Hill they were talking about because like the whole thing's a big hill. Yeah. Qualitative input from the community. So we did similar engagement pieces at a community meeting, really well attended, and we did all of those qualitative exercises that we did with teachers, and then we also did a visual survey to get a sense of just aesthetic tastes. But what we heard just reinforced what we were hearing from teachers, that there's a real sense of wanting to create a supportive and welcoming environment for all students there, encouraging collaboration and really strengthening that good neighbor spirit that already exists at the school. So you can advance that. And then we moved into the quantitative piece, and that's when I think we met with you before. Mike with CT was here with me all week, and we met with every department in the school and logged all of those space needs and cataloged all of those diligently. So moving on, then we went on a precedent trip. I think there were 12 or so teachers and district folks that went along. We hit Spokane, Coeur d'Alene, Lolo. We came back, and then within a week or 10 days, we also hit Townsend, and then we went to Bryant, Jim Darcy, and Central School here. So commend the Kessler Building Committee. They have been incredibly diligent and engaged and fully devoted to this process. And we didn't let them rest on this trip. But we actually intended to see 7 schools, and we saw 9 schools in 3 days. We threw in 2 extras. And then we added on all the Townsend and local schools to that. So what we saw, just kind of high level, we saw some great examples of graphics and branding in schools that really give a sense of community identity and wayfinding in buildings. That was fun to see. We heard from teachers in walking through spaces a real preference for some of these wood tones, wood finishes and wood beams. you know, they currently have that in their school, and it is a sense of their it brings warmth to the space, and it reflects what they're used to here at Kessler. Great examples of cafeteria or commons that with great daylight and views, which is going to be easy for us to accomplish on our site. Classrooms with great daylight and views. We had lots of conversations about where you put kids' stuff, and there is a strong preference for tucking that into a locker in the hallway. And that's really comes from a sense of wanting to reduce clutter and create calm spaces. So I respect that. We didn't see a lot of examples of lockers. Actually, we didn't see them until we went to Lolo and Townsend. It wasn't the status quo in Spokane or Coeur d'Alene. And lastly, interestingly enough, a love for something they currently have at Kessler, which is paired classrooms with shared storage. And part of it is the storage piece. Teachers always need storage, but also that ability to connect classrooms just to make sure you've got a buddy next door if you need someone's assistance. So if you want to move the slide, we did spend every evening kind of debriefing what we saw, and we brought some pieces and parts with us one night to start talking about what those learning neighborhoods might look like. What are all the pieces and parts? Where does storage go? How are classrooms linked up, and kind of went through those exercises. Also fortuitously ended up at lunch one day at a place that has, the butcher block paper and crayons on the table. So we just started diagramming during lunch there and talking about things. So that was pretty fun. So anyway, that whole group was fully engaged and very helpful in that whole process. You can move forward. So we're starting to take baby steps into schematic design here. We came to the district meeting last week with a physical model of the site and kind of all the big block pieces to start moving around. So interestingly enough, Thursday morning we met with the district. Thursday afternoon we met with the building committee at Kessler. The two outcomes of that process are on the right-hand side, upper and lower. You can see that once you fully understand the site constraints, the site amenities, the opportunities on this site, and the programmatic needs, there's not a whole lot of difference between where people are laying things out. And we pretty much stayed unengaged and let the folks in the room kind of problem solve this. So that makes our job easy, right? We just got to figure out how to make it work. But just to reiterate some of the opportunities on this site, we have some incredible views, both north and south from Kessler. I keep saying I think Kessler has the best view of Mount Helen of any of the district sites. They also look right over the highway down at Spring Meadow Lake and across the whole North Valley. So that begs for views to the north and south from what is the heart of the school. And what I'm hearing is the heart of the school is the library. So there's a lot of commonality. Everybody was putting the library in that prominent view corridor, which is great to see. We also have these two levels, conveniently about the same as floor-to-floor height as what we would select for a school building. So there's an opportunity to stack some things and make both levels daylit. And there was a lot of commonality again about what goes in the center of that and takes advantage of those two levels. So lastly, our GCCM was selected. We're very excited to be working with Golden Eagle and Swank on this. We've had fantastic experiences with both companies. So great committed local partners here. I'm very excited about that. We haven't even had a chance to meet with them. So that's coming up on Friday. And we'll get them up here speaking at the next go around. So thank you. Any questions?
I got a comment if you don't have a question.
Go for it.
Well, Gary, can you back up that last slide, please?
Yeah.
I think it's important to note, if you take a look at that, that whole process right there. So Mosaic went in 3D, put together that landscape, right? And then had the removable, that really brought in the excavators and brought out and leveled off where the school most likely would go. And then each one of those blocks is to scale, all right? Spatial recognition. So it was a lot of work, but it's super helpful for individuals to see what it's going to look like that's not a flat piece of ground. So really working through topography, what'd you say, 50 to 55 feet of drop between
Yep.
the top of the property down, and using that topography while you're also realizing that you have a two-story gym and probably a two-story academic wing somewhere. And how does that fit when you're dropping off of that elevation? So it was really helpful for me and others to see it in play out.
I forgot to mention, we are going to be at parent-teacher conferences tomorrow and Thursday at Kessler as well with these pieces and parts. So parents that want to come and engage and problem solve with us can do the same thing.
You had a potential landslide. I think we got some of your dirt over in the other conference room.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank
Great.
you. I'm totally impressed by how comprehensive and sweet and wonderful this whole process has been. This is just wonderful. I love to see it. Thank you.
Can we play with them at our work session?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would think so. All right, next we'll work with the capital project. I see that, and I know that Slate RTA had a DEG at Capitol this afternoon. Mr. McKay was there in. Doug, glad to see you're here. Jacob, Scott, to Scott?
No, Scott.
All right, well, we're gonna to Jacob and Doug. And then we have Langlis with you as well tonight. So I don't know if one of you is ready to come up and speak on behalf, but Jacob, if you want to take it away, thanks for being here. And then up on deck is SMA, A&E and SME. Can you drive it?
We're going to find out.
All right.
We brought a separate clicker, so.
Well, the last one was from SMA.
Yeah.
I think it's the IT guy.
Yeah, that's why we don't have one of those clickers, because this is about the reliability that come to expect from the road users.
Well, I might have control, so we'll
All
find
right,
out. So thanks for having us again. It's great to see everybody. I think every time we do this, things have changed like 4 hours before. So you're kind of always on the tail
leading.
end of like what we're
Did it
actually
change from last
showing.
night?
It changed a
It
lot
has.
today.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
But you're not gonna see that because I wasn't ready. So again, we're gonna go through the schedule. We're tracking also kind of in schematic design. We just started last week. Rex kind of gave us kind of go ahead for the concept design. So you'll kind of see where we've come from and where we're going. But first off, obviously we need to establish kind of what are our guiding principles. And as you guys have heard before, we have what we call the DAG, or the Design Advisory Group. And that is part of their job, is to establish these guiding principles. And we do that in a number of ways. We do that through community surveys that we put out. We did that through a SWOT, or a strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats analysis with them. We did a fun little exercise that was called Day in the Life, and we made them each be a different student or a teacher, and they got to work as a group to determine what the pain points are, what the, what's working well. And so those things, through it, we determined that there are kind of 3 exterior guiding principles that this project wanted to solve, and 3 interior. So obviously improving traffic flow, improving parking if we can, site circulation, and safety were some big ones, right? We wanted to improve the visibility of the entry. Right now, like, it's stuck in the back, it's kind of a courtyard. You don't really know where you're going if you haven't been here before. That was important to them. And then transformation of the school. We wanted to improve the identity of the school so it felt like something that was there, something that was new, something that could be for the future and for every other student coming in. Interior wise, we wanted those flexibility learning environments and student-centric spaces. I think right now what happens is if you're not in class, you're out of the building, right? So there's no real place for them to be. So you're either in class or you're not in the building. So we want those spaces where kids can be there all the time, can learn, can have a space where they have a place to study, have a place to learn, grow. And Doug can speak a little bit better than I can on some of the stuff, but I think I'm doing okay. Part of the school is really important. And the cafeteria is a really important piece of that, right? Right now the cafeteria is in the basement. Nobody really wants to eat there. Nobody really wants to be there. And so we want to really liven that up and make it a crucial part to that. And then the improved learning environments, and then really bringing that CTE and connecting it into the school. So those were kind of the guiding principles that we have developed. And you guys, during our last working sessions, you were able to see all 4 of these initial designs. So I don't have all the images that you saw. I'm just going to kind of do a refresher, right? So concept A was the northbound addition. This was more closely aligned to some of the images that were developed during the pre-bond work. Flipping of the parking and the field. We had a north entry on that concept. We had the auxiliary gym here, the CTE here, and then kind of the connection piece. And this really was a northbound entrance. This was not preferred for a number of reasons. It was the largest square footages that we were building. It was, the flipping of the parking and the fields were tough because from a cost standpoint, it costs more to do that. Also, the other thing is from the athletics, which is right here. Now the fields is all the way across the building, and there were some comments that that's going to be tough for, cleanliness or like just keeping students safe as they're moving from the athletic locker rooms to the fields for practices. So concept B, which as you see is preferred, I think it was also preferred in the working session too. This is what we call the valley entry. And so this actually looks at removing a section of the school that, as we like to say, is the newest, but it's 30 years old, right? So it's relative. And what we're able to do with this is we're able to really create this new identity, this new central entry point that is sort of right sizing the school. This becomes the smallest of the additions, the smallest new square footage that we have to build. And the auxiliary gym is still potentially here. The CTE still sits up in this location. And we're able to really redefine the traffic flow, right? So students can come into the student parking lot. We're able to get buses fully isolated from the student parking lot and the parent parking. Parents can drop children off in their own loop, but also have visitor parking that's very visible to the administration, which in this location will be right at the front of the school. Option B was this courtyard connector. This, as Doug likes to call it, is the Crazy Ivan. And this one was the least preferred, but this one really from a constructability standpoint might have been the easiest because we're able to build most of the building away from the center of the school. And then it's just this kind of minimal touch with 2 really great courtyards. People think that this is like a small hallway, but this is still 30 feet wide, as wide as this room basically. So there could have still been, spaces for like breakouts and connection, but it also really does separate everything heavily. So the 4th one was the runner-up, we like to call it, and it is the campus hub. And this really keeps as much of the existing building as we possibly could, and then looks at how to minimize the impact and kind of use a lot of the square footage. Interestingly enough, though, this still was more expensive in some ways than the option B because we're still having to renovate a lot of extra space, and it also added a lot of square footage. So what we did with option B and D is we basically evaluated them, and I'm gonna let Doug kind of take over here. He doesn't know this yet, but we evaluated them with these guiding principles. And so what we found was that the valley entry really, for all of these 6 guiding principles, the exterior and the interior rated higher with this DAG group than that campus hub, that D1. And so, and it's on a scale of 1 to 4, right? So 3.51 is pretty good. 2.65 is, just above average essentially. So it was about 25% higher in what the 20, 30 people at the STAG really felt about that. And I think, in that working group, we felt you guys kind of were leaning in that same direction too. So that was good to see everybody kind of leaning into that B option as a great option. So I'm going to let Doug go through what that new B option looked like. And again, this has changed immensely today. So
Not immensely. Let's frame that. It's not immensely. It's still concept V. It's still concept V. It's still Valley entry. As you saw, there's probably a lot of psychology behind this, but we intentionally did 1 through 4 because if we give you 1 through 5, a lot of people will pick 3, right? So you had to either be on the positive or the negative side of that equation, depending on how you wanted to rate things. And so this really maximizes the existing learning environment in the existing building as best we possibly can. We're going to renovate those educational spaces so they're 21st century spaces, both from a climate standpoint. So, right, air conditioning, heating, but technology, learning environment, acoustics, all of those things will be upgraded in these spaces. So the orange that you see in the vertical are those existing classrooms that'll be renovated. What you see in the lime green or the yellow color is really CTE spaces. So what we really want to see is CTE spaces spread throughout the building so that we have that learning on display. So we want to connect those programs not only in one portion of the building, but throughout the academics in the building and spread that throughout the building. And so students can see that early on in their education and then see that as an opportunity for them to engage. All of these classrooms, except for just the yellow on the left, which is photography and digital media, all of these have access to daylight now for the most part. And so we're going to make sure that we have daylight in every classroom because the research is very strong around connection to daylight and outside and improving learning environments and outcomes for students. So we want to make sure that we're doing that. What you see on the right that's grayed out is existing weight room, locker room, support spaces, and such that we will continue to use on that side of the floor plan.
Doug, did you mention that view was basement?
This is basement,
Yeah,
lower
so
level,
that's
excuse me.
lowest level. And then I think those blue areas, you want to highlight that?
Oh, yeah. So we talked a little bit about student-centric spaces. So students where they can either have interventions, they can do small group work, they can do learning by themselves, whether it's project-based or what. So the light blue areas are really insertions into the building where we're creating student-centric spaces to support students throughout the building. So whether it's teacher-led or whether it's student-led, we want to infuse the building with those opportunities for students to be able to learn in different locations in the building. And so you'll start to see those in all of the floor plans as we move through the building. So if we look at the main level and you can start to see, and this is where Jacob was talking a little bit about how it's transforming a little bit. What's really transforming is the evolution of the CTE portion of the building. As that floor plan evolves and as Jacob and the team have met with the CTE, now we're starting to really dial those spaces in. So the geometry that you see here looked good in plan for an architect as we're drawing a floor plan, but weren't really functioning yet. Now those spaces look more like they're going to so they can function for those programs. And so that changed a little bit, moved a little bit to the left of that and more on the side of the building so we can maintain daylight into that addition. Again, you see the orange for the existing classrooms and those departments. You start to see blue show up in the space, which is counseling administration spaces that are near the front door. The purple that you see is the kitchen that is now in the middle of the building in the heart of the school, supports both the commons of the building, but also has the ability to have concessions in it so we can support community activities, whether it be fine arts or athletics in the middle of the building. You can start to see on the right side of the plan the addition of the auxiliary gym next to the athletic complex. And you can also see to the north in this version where you can see performing arts, and we're repurposing and we're actually evolving and looking at several different ways to use the central kitchen. So whether we use that to support athletics or fine arts, we have to support both those programs and then into the building. And so you can see that evolution and the connection of the heart of the school. The brown that you see, the other thing that we want to make sure that we do is special education, whether it's minor or it's support for students or it's more significant needs. We want to distribute that throughout the building, create that equity with students and meet students where they are so that we make sure we're delivering a high quality instructional environment. And so you'll see those spaces sped out across the building also in this floor plan. So the next floor, the second floor, is where you start to see more of that educational environment come together. As we build along the front of the building.
Okay, stop you for a quick
Yes,
second. You want to
please.
back up to that second
Yeah.
slide? You want to talk a little bit about where we're dumping natural light in the lower levels, where the floor plan's
yes.
going out?
So there are two X's. I'm glad that I have my sidekick here, Rex, tonight. So the two X's that you see in the middle of the heart of the school, that existing basement where the cafeteria is right now, we're going to reuse that space for CTE, but we want to get daylight down there and we want a connection vertically into that space. And so we are going to open the floor up in a couple of locations so that we can connect those learning environments, but we can also get daylight into the lower level of that of that space. So it'll be more dynamic if we have those connections vertically in that space.
Thanks, Doug.
Good?
Yep, that's good.
Perfect. All right, so on the second level, what you start to see, the red object that you see is really the media center, the library. As we all know, libraries continue to change. It's not so much about books anymore. They're on your Chromebook, they're on your phone. There are all sorts of ways to get technology. We want to make sure that that library space media center is really multifunctional to support both students and also support other forms of technology in that space. So we want that space to be close to the other educational environments. And so you can see it sort of move to the second level in the middle of the building to support the educational environment. The green areas that you see are the science areas. So the 96 edition has science rooms in it, physics, chemistry. We want to make sure that that science program that's very robust in Capital is supported, but we want to also create the appropriate diversity of spaces to support the different educational program. So not one science room fits all. They need to be a little bit different to support the instructional model a little bit. So we want to make sure that there's some diversity in that. Art stays on the north in the existing building with a light refresh in those areas. You can see classrooms that occur there along that double loaded hallway. But what this does really for us is we end up with transforming the front of this building like we talked about before and Jacob talked about, is that we have a whole new front facade of Capital High School for the next 50 years. It's a great opportunity for us to sort of reset the identity of Capital High School through this transformational project.
On that, the red dotted line there to the south, that's the 96 edition.
That is correct. So working with Langless, and we'll continue to work with them, we're going to position this addition in the building so that we can build this addition on the south side of the building while the 96 building is still in use. And then one of the last things will actually happen is the 96 building will actually be demolished at the end. That'll be great flex space along with the CTE space that we have right now. We're going to use that as flex space for the construction also. Anything else, Rex?
I think you covered it. There's a few. Yeah, I think we're good there.
So you probably have seen this, but we did do a little bit of a massing video just to demonstrate how it will transform the view of the building. So you can see the existing building in brown. You start to see the white massing, which is really the new addition and the new construction of the building. You can see how it really transforms the front face of the building. The corner, of course, coming down Brady or Valley, it's very important. And so how we dress up that corner is also very important, as Rex has talked about. And then that CTE mass, of course, will be facing towards Custer and really gives us another opportunity to put a new face on the building.
With the exit of the current CTE building coming offline.
Absolutely. When the current CTE building goes away, then it really opens the site up.
Yep.
Great. Thank you. Questions?
Well done.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, please.
Langless.
Yeah, we can bring Langless up. I mean, they're working heavily in the background right now. I don't know how many hours of cost estimating they've been doing, but they've been doing an awful lot. So we've been meeting with them weekly, and it's been wonderful to have them on the team.
Yeah, I did have a couple of questions over some of the information that was reviewed.
Sure.
So one of the pain points, at least I experience as a parent. And so I'm here looking at the concept B1 with that valley entry.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like that there was going to be, so the current road, if you will, that goes in front of the gym, is that going to be utilized or is that being moved?
The current parking as it sits in front of the building right now would be reconfigured. And so that parking lot wouldn't exist as it is right now. What we really want is a drop-off lane for parents, right? There's 15 minutes of chaos in front of every school, no matter what we do, right? And so we want to have a clear bus or a parent drop-off lane that has parents dropping off along the curb, and a bypass lane that would go by that orange line that you see there is really dedicated for parent drop-off and also for pickup. As we were there 15 or 20 minutes early today, there are parents lining up to pick up. What we also have there in the front of there, it's in the more current site plan that Jacob was mentioning, we have 30 visitor parking spaces that are right next to the front door of the building. So if you had to drop off your freshman's backpack like I had to several times and you had to park and walk in, right, then you would have a place to park right at the front door and drop something in. If you had to sign paperwork or go see the registrar as a parent, you would be able to park right at the front door and go into the building. We would also use that drop-off loop in the evenings for event parking. So we can do parallel parking along that that drop off loop so that if you get to the basketball game or volleyball game early enough, you can probably park there as opposed to park in the north or the west parking lot.
Yeah, so did we explain, there's a parking lot to the north, and that'll be a staff parking lot, then they'll access the building from the north end.
Yep.
So then,
If you can-
so still looking at the parent drop off, how are left turns still being affected by that? Because that's a big clogger right now coming out of there and then trying to make a left turn because that's where everyone wants to go. They don't want to go back around where the
Right.
student parking is.
We'll have more stacking distance. I don't know if you can point or not. We'll have more stacking distance if they want to make a left turn at that location. So a right turn will be free there, but a left turn to go back across traffic will be a little more difficult. But it will be easier because we're going to eliminate some of the access points. So one of the tough things right now is there's multiple access points across the front of the building, and you don't really know where that parking lot's going. And then you have 16-year-olds in that parking lot also, right? And so when we eliminate some of those and spread them out, then I think that traffic pattern is going to be better. We need our parent that's on our DAG that's also a traffic engineer because she would probably answer the question better than me from that standpoint. But yes.
Oh, I love that. And then the other question that I had is, and I'm absolutely sure this is being looked at, but just for my own knowledge, how many elevators are going to be a part of this addition?
There's got to be at least 2 at this point, because when we tear down the 96 building, we're going to have to add an elevator to deal with that. We were talking earlier today, Jacob, talk just a little bit about what's going on with CTE.
As far as the elevations and stuff like that. Yeah. So we spent a lot of time in the last week or so kind of really trying to figure out how this is going to work. The elevation change from this point down here is about 10 feet, right? And if you think about a shop, right, we want a lot of garage doors and we want a lot of ways to get materials in and out. We also want to screen it so it doesn't look ugly as Rex doesn't want to see this stuff from the street, right? So we are working through that. So really, one of the things that you will see at the next month's meeting is we're actually looking at trying to make this flush out in such a way that we can actually access that elevation from both high and low. So there'll be connections kind of above and below this piece. Regarding the elevator, right now the elevator is like if you have to take the elevator, you're going to miss a class. I mean, you're late. And so we will be relocating kind of the central elevator for the education wing into the new heart of the school. We're still working out of those pieces, but that will be part of it. There's another elevator way over here in the academic or the athletics side. That'll most likely stay because that really is the connection to that weight room that's in the basement. And we would like to not have to rebuild that if we don't have to. Does that answer your questions?
It does. And the reason I bring up the elevators is for the ADA concerns, obviously, but also we have a lot of temporary concerns where folks have knee surgeries and break a leg or sprain and you see people on crutches going up those stairs because of the inconvenience of where the elevator is currently located.
Yeah, and that really is the idea of putting it right at this T, right? So now instead of having to go all the way down and then all the way back, it's pretty centrally located.
Up the stairs. Yeah. That's a fun one.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, that answers my questions. Thank you.
Good.
I had one question, one comment. In this design, is anything happening to the tennis courts?
Oh. The tennis courts come up.
Yeah,
there's
so
the third rail. The quick answer is yes. We'll have to most likely relocate.
Yeah. So we did 3 options of site plans that we shared tonight. Rex and the leadership hasn't seen it yet, but we know that there's a need for some additional over than the 4. And part of the problem with that is, the practice fields are in the way. Like we either lose the practice field for the football. So we're looking at options on how to maybe navigate that. We don't have a clear answer yet, but the other thing is, those tennis courts, as you enter the school off of Custard, you see a 20-foot chain link fence. And so there's costs associated to it, but there's going to be some pros that come along with that if that's the decision that's made. Is that a fair?
Yeah, I think the other thing that we're thinking about long term with this investment is like, how do we make some really fundamental moves on the site to improve site safety and circulation on the site? And if those tennis courts are not in the right location to really help promote safety, right, and visibility, then we're going to look hard at other locations. And we show 3 different locations tonight, pros and cons that we'll look at with the group.
I think that's honestly, when you think about it, like how that site does not work well is maybe one of the biggest things about Capitol, from kids going in other entrances to kind of dangerous traffic movement to exterior buildings. So I appreciate you guys really focusing on that. And then my comment is going to the robotics today, talking with the robotics teacher, I was saying, well, where do you think you're going to end up? And he's like, well, robotics, that's business, that's math, that's CTE. And so it was just really, I mean, I had a child that did robotics, but it was really fascinating to see how you change the environment and how all these various disciplines come together, and they've created kind of a new field for the future, but it still uses, they specifically reference like public speaking. So it's very interesting to see. I'm glad that you're showing that there's so many cross disciplines.
Yeah, I think that's the opportunity. I think in both of these high school projects, especially with a robotics program, I've worked on several really robust robotics programs that have, went to national, the national competitions and stuff, and being able to put that on display in either one of your high schools and be really celebrate that is really a great opportunity that either one of the high schools would really, that's a great opportunity for either one of us to look at that. So
We don't want to bury it. We don't want to stick it in a basement somewhere. We want to make sure that, as he saw, that there's a scattering of CTE classrooms throughout the building. Lots of glazing in some windows where students can walk by and look in and see what's happening and be excited and want to explore that even further.
My question has to do with congestion. Do you have any numbers or data, like what I did spend a year in that school and it's very congested. So I hope you got a chance to see that in action. But, is it going to be 50% less, or, do you have any sort of
I don't think we have any, I don't think we've done any data analysis yet to see how we can do that. Are you more inside the building or outside the building, or yes, both?
Well, when I was there, it was pretty much gridlock. You couldn't even move in that center not T, but
right.
And just that, I think that's not just for moving kids, but also for the social emotional health of students to be packed in, and teachers as well.
Right.
So I was just wondering if you feel really comfortable with
I think we're gonna add additional pathways to connect back into the heart of the school, into the other parts of the building. And so I think there'll be multiple pathways that students will be able to select. And so I think it'll feel a lot less congested. There's not a real great way to get from the cafeteria on the lower level on the east end of that up to the upper level, right? The girls' locker room is over there. There's a stair, and it's a little bit challenging, but it's not very welcoming right now. So I think we want to provide multiple opportunities for students to be able to circulate.
I think what Trustee Heflin is illustrating is the fact that it's congested, right? It's got low ceilings, it's got narrow hallways, and so that common does just what we're trying to solve a problem. What she's explaining is that we're opening it back up. If there's a grand commons area where there's lots of room, then students are able to move a little more freely within that area, rather than being trapped and choreographed back into small hallways. And that's what you're feeling, is that shoulder to shoulder is really tough with the way it's built now. But with the Grand Commons area, that opens that back up.
Yeah, so there will be the Grand Commons, but also we are trying to open up this T section to help out a little bit with some of that. The other thing too is we're going to kind of analyze the lockers and how many they have and how many they need. Some of the lockers are built into the walls, and some of the lockers are actually just sitting in the hallway. And so if we can reevaluate, do we need them sitting in the hallway? Do we need that amount? We may be able to widen up some of those halls a little bit, but I will tell you that these hallway walls are actually load bearing, so we can't just remove them, unfortunately, and make them bigger, but we'll look into a lot of things that we can do.
Thank you. Mr. Myers.
I'd like to thank you, your firm, for taking a look at the comments, both from the staff and the parents and the students at Capitol. But when we had that work session, my I guess my concern or my piece was I want the building to look like it's new when we're finished with this project. And I think that's exactly what you've done. And I'm excited about that. When the public drives by Capitol High, they'll see a building. I think most of them will think, oh my God, they built a new building here. I didn't think they were building 2 new high schools. And that will be a good comment back to us as board members. But I just think that the visual is really important in this community, that the west side of town feels like, wow, we have a new high school. And so visually it will look new. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Anything else?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. That's important.
I just want to offer one comment too, that this is just seeing these schematics and hearing you guys talk about the heart of the school and classrooms bathed in sunlight, and it just gives me goosebumps of what Capitol High could be. I mean, Capitol High always looked better in comparison, but it didn't really look, it had so much, it needed so much. And I,
You said that carefully.
I meant it
Yeah, you did.
carefully. Anyway, this is really beautiful. I'm really, really thankful for all the work you've done. It's the idea of like this second story center of the school, library, media room where kids can gather and learn, and downstairs there is a place for them to just sort of be, and everything kind of makes social sense and human sense. It's really exciting to think about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Langlish, you good? You kept the thought. Thank you. Your time's coming, right? Well, as SMA, A&E and SMAs moving their way back up to the podium, I think I said Wednesday and I was off a day, but remember last Thursday of every month, we will come together. And so you'll have time to really roll up your sleeves and ask a lot of questions and move stuff around. So that's coming here in a couple of weeks.
Tim Folt with Dick Anderson Construction. I asked Tim to go first just because he's really hard to follow. I will also say that my wife is a teacher at Capitol High, and she's part of that DAG group, and she really appreciates just being heard more than anything. And the thing I appreciate probably the most is she's married to a guy who's in construction, so this will be her 3rd remodel in her career. But this will be her first that her husband wasn't involved in the remodel. So I'm pretty excited about that. So right now, a lot of the work being done, as you will see, is actually on SMA's side. But we are busy working on some things. The overall schedule refinement. As you'll see, SMA has done a good job of keeping it in a footprint where we're not going to hinder the current academics of the building, but it is going to be tight. We're 15 feet off of that art space. We're 25 feet off of the CTE. So it's going to take some tight coordination. So we're working on that overall schedule and that refinement right now. Right now it's looking like we're going to start with PAL and work our way north, start south, work north is how it's going to look. This last month, we also got Northwestern Energy out there. You can never get on their schedule too early and in front of them, so we got them out there. And we scoped the sewer lines, so we know what we're tying into there. So the 97 edition has a good sewer that we can tie into. Obviously, that 1950s edition, we're gonna have to find a different pathway for our sewer lines. So those are some of the things that we're looking at, and as we get farther along, hopefully even this week, we'll start looking at schematic design costing and some of that kind of stuff. So I appreciate you letting me go first, Tim. Oh, today's National Flannel Day. I guess I'm the only one that.
There's a couple of you there. We didn't get that memo, Tim. Thank you.
I have a flannel undershirt on. Yeah, thank you, Tim. Can I use this one still?
that's yours, that's theirs, I think.
Well, if it works, can I use
I
it?
switched it out, so it should be good.
Clicker police.
Use it.
Thank you. Are you sure?
It was working.
Can you click in there? Cause it's just a battery thing.
Well, we could talk about the Seahawks.
Okay. Yeah, we're good. Thank you.
You got it.
Now these guys got to stay for my presentation.
Gary doesn't like them.
Yeah, I will just kind of double down on what Tim Tholt was saying with regard to their involvement already has been incredibly helpful, almost invasive from an understanding of how it's going to be constructed, the phasing, the timing of everything, and aligning that with what our deliverables and the timing of those are going to be, working with the city and utilities to make sure that all of that is going to kind of play out. So that's actually just been a really engaging part of their involvement, which is what they're supposed to do. But when it's really happening well, it is super noticeable, and we're able to make decisions around that. So that's working incredibly well. Today, I'll start with, and I always like to say that I want to start with gratification. I'm always so thankful that this is happening in our community, thankful for what you're doing, and really thankful that we're part of it, or having an opportunity to be part of it. We'll start with PAL, and we'll look at some of the development on the interior and exterior, as well as and then we'll move into the high school, the Helena High School side of that. We'll look at kind of an overall campus, some things that we're establishing there with regard to the stadium, and then kind of get into kind of where we'll be in the next month. But the reason why we wanted to start with PAL is that there's this isn't working again. Yeah, so go ahead and move us along, Gary. Overall site, obviously, and I think that this works, but the pointer works, but everybody knows this overall site. We've gone through a lot of the process that you just saw the other two teams going through, and so I'll skip over some of that. We've presented that in the last month, and the last couple times with regard to what we have done. I think it's good to focus on kind of where we're at now, but I don't want to, if anybody has any questions on some of the process that we aren't going to present, I can sure answer that. But the site existing building is in the white there. The red kind of block is the existing gymnasium. And you can see that we have that sort of footprint that we have Robert Street as sort of a constriction on the east, and then Billings Avenue on the south. The existing building to the west, and then the CTE facility to the north. So we kind of have this really ready-made footprint that we have to stay within, and with a few stories of academic wing, we can certainly fit in there. It gets really tight, and as you'll see, we're I think it actually came together pretty cleanly. This eastern portion of the school district property, we're kind of master planning that, if you will. Some of it will be part of the actual design, but that's a lot of what we're doing there from an athletics or an activity standpoint is really kind of contingent upon budget spending and kind of prioritization of the committee and decisions made. But we are master planning that to make sure that we can make those decisions as we move along. Go ahead. So you can see that the overall layout of this, as it's kind of shaking out, is again that school expansion in the north. PAL is to the south. That PAL building is really kind of the advantage you'll see here is that we can actually utilize some of the existing gym spaces or that auxiliary gym space as activity space for PAL, which may or may not have been something we could have done for them, certainly not to the size that this is offering. So it's really giving them activity space that we can take advantage of. And it's actually underutilized space in the existing gym facility. This is kind of showing a little bit of the diagram of how we're master planning that activity side on the east. Parking expansion, some of that will be PAL parking dedicated to PAL, and then just field space improvement or even kind of rearrangement. And then again, tennis courts, some of the track and field events, the field events some of the field throwing events will take place on that east side because we don't have the room on the actual turf field over here. Like jav and discus, we want to make sure that safety is met, and that distance and coordination is something that we will make sure that we're bridging. Go ahead, Gary. That's just kind of highlighting where that PAL location is. So go ahead and go another one. So this is that PAL floor plan right on the south end of this improvement. PAL is, again, it's a regular high school. It's just a smaller footprint, and it has all the amenities of a high school pretty much. The kind of peachy area up here is really that existing auxiliary gym that is underutilized in the current Helena High School. We're going to be able to connect that. It's a slightly different finished floor level, but we'll be able to connect that from the commons space through the stairs and elevator that PAL will have access to. So general classrooms, art area, entry reception, counseling, commons in the middle, kind of a linear commons. This kind of consumer science education space, we're going to probably open that up all the way, be able to open that up all the way to the commons area to kind of create a larger space when they need it, when they might want it. And then food service, just because that'll also be where they eat is in that commons. The main entry right off of Billings, they'll have the kind of their own, you'll see here in a minute, kind of how the design is developing from the exterior standpoint, and they'll have their own kind of south-facing front street frontage. So this is more of just an axonometric view of that same floor plan. You can kind of see that gym space a little easier. And then go ahead and go to the next one, Gary. Second floor, and one thing to note is that the topography on this site is, I think we've talked about this before, is the south end of the site is about 15, 16 feet higher than the finished floor level, say at the gym. So there's enough grade change there that our second level of PAL is going to be the same roughly as the third level of the high school on the north end. They're not connected, obviously, but I think that just from a framework of understanding the topography differences on the site. And so the main level at street level is actually a story above the gym. And so we'll have space built underneath it that you'll see here in a second that is going to be occupied by the Helena High program. So then you can kind of see that floor plan, general ed classrooms really on the second level and upper commons, but also an overlook onto the commons below. And then just that two-story PAL or that gym space that will also remain as the wrestling space. The Helena High School wrestling space they'll use that aux gym for that, but it's after school hours, and so it really programmatically makes sense to utilize that. So did that work this time? All right. There goes your reliability comment. So you'll see here, these are just the same floor plans, but I want to point out there's a few orange dots with arrows on them. These are a few of the views that we're going to see. The first one is kind of in the commons. We're going to be sitting in the commons looking towards the east, and then the second one will be kind of in the commons looking back towards the west. And then the next one will be kind of on that upper level, kind of looking kind of down into the commons from above. And those interior views will come up after our exterior views, I believe. And now I can't change it again, Gary. No, sorry, there is the interior views. And so that's in that commons looking back. And you can see kind of a vignette of the floor plan again of where we're at. But right now we're at that phase of exploring what this space could be like, right? We've worked with the committee and there's been a lot of good feedback and understanding what that space is and the spatial quality. But it's important to note that what we're showing here from a finished standpoint, these are just ideas. These are just enough to express and understand the space. It's interesting when you put, we want a wall mural of a phoenix into AI. Apparently that's what it gives you. And so, and again, we were just having fun with regard to generating excitement about what something like that could be. We are going to make Rex paint that, I think. Paint by number. And so then the next one is kind of standing, go ahead, there you go, kind of standing right next to that mural looking back, and you can kind of see that what would be a second story part of the commons. Again, it's starting to feel like a little bit of an educational common space connecting things. We'll play with colors, play with connection, and really just kind of get feedback. Furniture is going to be a really key element of this, the flexibility of the furniture and how it gets used by the staff and students. And some of the student feedback that we get along the way for them to start to understand what this space is feeling like is going to be important. There's some acoustical treatment around this space. It's a big volume, so we want to make sure we do just enough of that. And a lot of that will be pretty practical in like a metal deck system that absorbs sound to a certain degree. But then we'll probably have to mitigate that a little bit to make sure that it's enough absorption. This is up on that second level, looking kind of into that 2-story down below. Again, it'll be kind of fun to play with colors. A lot of these kind of white walls, we're probably not going to end up with just a lot of stark white walls. It's when we do something like this, we kind of want to splash color somewhere to kind of create space. But by all means, all of the surfaces will be the right kind of paint colors and the balance of things. We hear that a lot, is we don't want it all to be white. Well, I mean, again, that's just us right now. We're not spending time right now figuring out what the paint colors are. That's in this next phase. The exterior side of this is, go ahead there you go. So the concepts that we looked at, we worked with you all as a working group for a little bit, and kind of for the whole building, we kind of want to tie all this together. We want to make sure PAL is kind of got his own identity, but at the same time, it is part of the same building. And so we have to really try to play careful with that balance. And so conceptually, we wanted to really look at what is the story of this architecture, because it really kind of brings it into feeling like it's one idea and it's homogeneous throughout the rest of the building. When you're designing exterior, you want it to actually sort of invoke something. And even some of the comments that you all made when you started to see these concepts, like switchback, stratus, loose box, bedrock, these are concepts that we studied. And diagrammatically, you can see that we're trying to move architecture through massing and just kind of say what is the overall concept starting to look like. And a lot of the comments that you all gave us, and even some of the building committee, was kind of about rising up. It was about climbing through a student career, and it was really impactful, I think, to align with some of the choices that we were making with regard to which concept was preferred. And that switchback is the concept, is that it was really kind of like that ascent towards something higher, and making your way gradually and safely up and down something. So I really feel like that is one of the reasons why that landed. And go ahead and go to the next one, Gary. So that's a lot of what you see here, is that sort of architecturally there is this kind of switchback bent plane that is hopefully going to draw you into the main entry. It's going to elevate the main entry. We're again playing with materiality in this next phase. Is it brick? How much brick? Is it metal panel? How much metal panel? And what is that ultimate roof form? How far out does it go? And that's kind of this next phase. But the bigger moves are starting to kind of be finished. And we, of course, working with Dick Anderson Construction to make sure that we're staying within that, where the dollars need to be spent and where the dollars maybe don't need to be spent. And we want to make sure that it's contextual from a material standpoint, the community of Helena and the history of Helena. That's kind of what some of the things that should drive those material choices. This one is just kind of down the street a little bit more of an extended view, and with a little bit more materiality on the vignettes, so we can see what those materials are really. The materials are really meant to be low maintenance or no maintenance: brick, metal panel, extruded metal planks, aluminum planks. Even though it might have a wood look, it's actually an aluminum system that is really designed to last for a really long time, with very low maintenance, if not any. Maybe so this one kind of just shows a little bit of an exterior gathering space right along Billings and along kind of a pickup drop off and some street parking, and so that'll be where our ADA parking is. But then this kind of exterior area programmatically is kind of multifunction. We want to make sure that they have a dedicated exterior area to the south. It's going to be a good place in the shoulder seasons to actually see even program take place out there, some learning opportunities. And I think that'll develop over time as to what exterior furniture and what can we do with that space. They've been asking a lot of questions about how much they can connect to across the street, the practice facility, a big open grassy area. They'll be able to use that whenever they want. We doubled up on that one.
We want to, does anyone have any questions about PAL? Or do you want to?
No, go ahead. Yeah.
Go ahead.
On this one that you have right there, I know we're doing new high schools, but you look at that, that's like the heart of Helena right there. I mean, you've got, they complement, but they're different. You've got the stadium. It's like a whole community thing, which is just like, it just makes your heart melt. So
Good. Well, and I think that's the exciting part right now is that we want the feedback with regard to what should this be accomplishing even beyond educational space. That's the number one thing, right? Safety, and it's compliant and going to last long. But I also feel like that overall decades long experience of what it has to offer, I think, is really critical on how people are taking that.
Yeah, I mean, just with the just how PAL is different, right? And different, unique maybe is a better word. And their needs may not align with other schools. So with that being said, this might sound silly, because I'm just trying to formulate my question coherently. But some feedback I've received just in meeting up with students from East Helena High is the number of glass and see-through spaces can be a little bit jarring in some areas because it takes away some of the safety of being able to do what they want to do without the possibility of like somebody walking by and seeing them or seeing the computer monitor or, that sort of thing. So has there been any feedback or discussion about balancing that?
So quite a bit, but also we're getting into that phase right now and sort of kind of zooming into all those interior choices, interior and exterior, but those interior choices of privacy balance versus safety balance versus function, that actually gets pulled in a few different directions. And as soon as you talk to students and their desires, a lot of times they're going to pull one way, and it's often opposite of what the staff and administration is wanting to pull. And then even from a cost standpoint, we want to balance those things. So yeah, I think that ultimately the best solution is going to be the one that solves each of them most equally, probably. Maybe with safety being the number one concern, but when you get on the interior of the building, a lot of those safety measures, you're through 2 or 3 of those layers of safety already. But safety isn't just violence or shooter. It's more of a privacy, safety, and a secure feeling, probably. So there's a balance of spaces throughout the building typically, and PAL has a couple of these. They have kind of group learning spaces that have closed doors. There should always be visibility into a classroom. It's typical. It's rare that a student group could close doors and not be seen. But at the same point, there might be some students that are perfectly comfortable doing some kind of a group learning activity out in the open as well. So there's going to be variety both in furniture and space and visibility. So I think it's kind of meeting all of those things if we can.
I love that. It'll be interesting to see how that interior comes together for that balance.
I think Trustee Walsh, that's a great question and great perspective of what other kids are thinking. I will tell you that we have an in-house non-glazing expert. That's our construction manager. We want to make sure that
it's got to have a wall or something.
We're certainly there, but also in regards to the safety aspect of glass and usability of glazing, we also have SEC. Jason Russell will also have his input on what's appropriate from a safety standpoint. So we have several layers of understanding of what's appropriate, what's not appropriate, and then using obviously what students are saying.
And I think that's part of it. It's just like any kind of design and then function of something. Like if you design a car, you want to make sure that the driver is highly educated on how to most optimally operate it. Same thing with a building. We want to make sure that even the student users of the building learn what are my opportunities of space? What fits me the best, and how do I evolve over my freshman, sophomore, junior, senior year? That may change. Even my social surroundings, the friends I choose, that's all also going to impact what space I utilize. And I think that creating that flexibility in the building is kind of key, because the spectrum of students and how they use things and staff is really, it varies widely.
I just thought it was interesting feedback because it feels like a lot of new construction and designing is really pushing for a lot of glass and open space and visibility and stuff. And it was interesting to hear from her how in her experience, and I've never been there, but just the way that she was explaining it, it was there maybe, I don't know, 3 or 4 rooms kind of just next to each other that were glass. And so then being in one of them and trying to meet with someone, it was distracting to have a lot of that visibility and open space, and then increased anxiety because performance wise and people looking in or maybe even stopping and that sort of thing.
That makes sense. Yeah.
I thought it was something to bring up. So thank you.
Yeah, I will make sure that we also bring that kind of commentary up as we talk to the students that are actually giving us the feedback along the way too, because it's, although, you know, younger students may not be thinking of it correctly because they haven't gotten there yet, because it will involve them like middle schoolers, but at the same time, we'll ask the current high school students that may not be there to occupy the building. It'll be good to get their feedback as well. But interestingly, you're talking to students that have a new building. That's just good feedback. Yeah.
Trustee Satry.
I'm curious about where there's a space for the whole school to meet together. I mean, they have the speeches that they give, et cetera.
Yeah.
Would that be the gym?
Well, they've said that. So even just as of like this last meeting we had, there was discussion around that, and just from a normal process of kind of putting the building on a diet, just to make sure that we're kind of learning what we kind of where we landed from an adjacency standpoint. Now can we accomplish those same functions with making sure we're not oversizing things, and generally just targeting the right square footage, which is definitely part of the process of meeting budget. But yeah, so that more narrow commons space, at one point it kind of was enough to have like an all student. You probably still could, but it's going to be kind of an odd configuration maybe. But that's why I mentioned that kind of consumer science space. It's a really flexible space by design, because how often they use it as like a sort of a food science, consumer science space is probably going to be generally minimal, or at least relatively minimal compared to all of the other functions that could take place there. So to be able to open it up into the commons, I think that they'll be able to really capitalize on, if we design it right, I think it will be able to kind of keep all the food service stuff around the perimeter, so we can really just kind of make one big open space there if we wanted to. But then honestly, a lot of the staff they're just not used to having a gym space. And so I think as soon as they think and hear that, they're like, let's just use that. I think they're going to have a variety of choices though there. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Just wanted to clarify. So the current auxiliary gym at Helena High will be primarily during school hours used by PAL.
That's correct. Yep.
Super cool.
Yeah, because obviously Helena High School will be getting their new auxiliary gym as well. So yeah.
This whole thing is just it's inspiring. I mean, it's always been so wild to like be at PAL, and it's an old Safeway with a broken awning.
Yep.
And you hear these transformative personal stories, and you're just like, I can't believe this is happening.
And they love it.
And they love it, and it's
Yeah.
lovable.
Yeah.
But the idea of it taking place in like, this is a real school.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
And I think a big part of that is that, you know, the students love it, the staff love it, and they're very much getting into this process, kind of molding what the future feels. And it's sort of like they may have favorites. They may move into this and kind of say, I really miss our old space for whatever reason. And that is not uncommon for building design and occupancy. Is change management is hard for any humans. But at the same time, you know, they also are they know that they're accountable for designing this for the next decades, the next 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, and what those folks need or may need. I think that's sort of the crystal ball part of it, that they're excited to be part of making those decisions.
Okay, Mr. Meldrum, we are ready for Helena High.
Okay, thank you.
You have a question? Yeah.
I don't know if you're the right person to ask about this, but I know we're like all in the same building at this point. Well, the future students are in the same building at this point, but are they like, we have announcements going on and they run through the whole school and stuff? Like, I understand that like we're 2 separate schools, but are we like together? Like we'll have like assemblies where the whole school is coming together, but like, are they coming like there's no problem with that? Or like, you know, just like how we're staying separate, or are we really coming together sort of thing?
No, I think I'm probably not the right person, but as it's been programmed by us and sort of that we've asked those same questions for programmatically in the function of the spaces, it has been made clear to us that that they do want to operate independently. They want to feel like as if they are in completely separate locations, but there is a infrastructure benefit of occupying the same building, both mechanical, electrical. There's a lot of systems-based things that say, let's use this same building, but yet make sure we have our own identity, but also access, right? So the CTE and even the bigger gym spaces, the commons, programmatically, Helena High School leadership, like Principal Kessler, he could actually make sure that there are spaces available to PAL if there's good coordination there. And even the Performing Arts Center, right? I mean, that's just something that I feel like those amenities should be available for all students. But I think when it comes to whether you come together as one school, I think that we've heard that preference is not the case. They want to say, no, we are our own school. We are a combination of Capitol High students as well as Helena High students. We just happen to be sharing the same hot water from the same boiler. Yep.
Then the announcements will be separated, but there are going to be opportunities or needs for messaging for safety and security. So if there's a lockdown, that whole building is going to go into lockdown. If there's a fire, we're going to have all occupants evacuate. So there's going to be some crossover, and I would suspect that the technology is that we're going to be able to message the entire building or coordinate that off. If you're in the small gym in the morning, you might, as a PAL student, you might hear the Helena High announcements. There's going to be some of that bleed over, but for the most part, it'll be isolated, separated, unless we need everyone to know the information in that building. Fair enough?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good question though. Yeah. So the Helena High side of this, again, that is just that footprint that you're going to see. Go ahead, Gary. So it's 3 stories. Oop. Go back one. There we go. So the main level here, this is the existing gymnasium level that people know right now. The site does actually taper down by about 5 feet as you go north. And so we will follow that. There'll be areas of short ramps and stairs and whatnot as you get down to the classrooms to the north. The CTE will actually probably have even its own level because they have a need for a higher volume. So we'll be able to capitalize on that. So the structure can stay at the same height, but the floor actually goes down further. And one thing you're going to notice here, and I'll kind of point out where these main spaces are, but there is a courtyard here that has kind of been, anytime you design a double loaded corridor, you're either going to take up a lot of room on the site, or you're going to create these kind of peninsula wings, or you're going to have a courtyard. And the courtyard idea takes up the least amount of site, which is sort of the reason why we landed on it. We just didn't quite have the site to kind of solve this in a different way, but we're also getting a lot of excitement generated around what this courtyard could be from an outdoor classroom, an outdoor learning space. It's a much bigger, more maintainable space than what courtyards exist now at the Helena High School. In general, though, we got athletics and activities, locker rooms, weight rooms, auxiliary gym down here, and then these purple spaces are going to be your performing arts facility right here, and then our orchestra, band, choir, set design, set shop, and drama spaces. That's large commons, kind of this yellow space with all the tables arranged in it. Administration and main entry is kind of over here. And then some restrooms here, and then the counseling area here. And they will actually service that sort of secondary entry to the east that's facing to the east. And special services, special education, FLS, those spaces are in here. And then CTE spaces, culinary, art spaces, Native American library, and classroom. And then on the upper level, the second level, I should say, the library space, and you're going to see that they have just got great views to the west, and that library, we're really kind of celebrating that library connection both to the commons below and to the exterior to the west. General ed classrooms, language, math, those kind of classrooms. And then up here, this is kind of an upper common space, and you'll see that we've got some of these red dots. These are kind of showing some of the interior views that you're going to see, some of the vantage points of where those interior views are taken. That you're going to see here in a second. And then this is kind of that marketing classroom and a Deca store right next to that commons space. So this is kind of a big 2.5 story volume. And then the third level on the classroom wing really is going to be your science classrooms and more general ed classrooms and CAD and those kind of things. Robotics is kind of down here in this kind of computer science area. I think that was brought up earlier, and I just want to make sure to point that out. And then this, you can kind of see how PAL kind of followed along here as well on the south end. And then this main concourse right here is kind of what we're calling this kind of the athletics or activities concourse. It's probably going to be kind of a trophy hallway. We kind of talked about that before in the last presentation, but we actually have a kind of a concept view of what that starts to feel like right coming up here. So give it a second, Gary, because maybe that actually worked. Yeah, so this is that view in the commons, and this isn't necessarily the larger part of the commons. This is actually kind of this more narrow part of the commons, still pretty big, and it's facing back towards the main entry. So this is where you'd come in. This is if people were coming into the main entry through the secure vestibule, and the main office right here. That's what you see, and then the library is on that second level, and you can kind of start to see a little bit of back here. You can see that kind of secondary or second story commons. And then yeah, you can kind of see that inside switchback plane there. And this is that kind of concourse. So again, not widely developed yet, but you can start to see what the vision of what we want to do is kind of create a hall of fame, almost a bit of an active space that is updated as activities, whether it's athletics or drama or whatever. We can really recognize that through plaques and trophies and kind of create a hallway that is kind of interactive as people spend time out there either during or after basketball games. Hopefully they're not out there during, but maybe it's going to be so interesting that people are out there. But we're going to just really celebrate those whale rib glulam beams and the structural elements of that existing gym space. I think that'll be really exciting. A lot of natural light coming in. Yeah, so like we want to make sure people can't walk along these and bump their heads, and so code requires us to make sure that there is a walk space limitation, so you can't get too close to them. So you use those as potential seating spaces, or maybe we'll use them as display or something as well. Hopeful. Second story commons, kind of just like the rest of the commons, but it's just going to be a shorter area, furniture, flexible furniture, and then also kind of an opening to the library. This will probably remain open most of the time, but it's important that we can lock down the library if we want to. That's kind of stuff what we're starting to see. You can, as you come up to this secondary commons, this is kind of where you eventually get to. Is what we're going to be seeing in the next slide. That's that courtyard that we're going to be able to kind of go against. That courtyard's kind of adjacent to classroom windows, but also circulation windows. So we're giving people a variety. Some of those flex spaces where students might break out and find a booth or some furniture to sit at and kind of do group study or individual study. They can actually kind of do it right against that courtyard if they want, against the glass. Or there's individual conference rooms or intervention rooms where they can go to as well. So again, there's that flexibility conversation. And this is kind of just what that starts to kind of look like. You know, knowing that we're going to really make sure that we curate the furniture here in a way that is working with durability, movability, but also flexibility, some high, some low, some soft, some not, some cleanable. Hopefully they're all cleanable. And then the exterior, the same or some similar development in the concepts and diagrams, switchback, strata, ascent, all of which kind of centered around this discussion of elevate or climbing or ascension into career success. And so again, switchback led us out. And so this is that west side main entry, kind of from where that stadium is located. And really trying to create a language here of materiality and of hierarchy. That's that library space up here where we're trying to kind of perforate the daylight access and views. We can't make it all glass, obviously, but at the same time, we want enough that it's a kind of a wow moment, because that's a library's kind of space where you want that. And then below it's just administrative space and offices, and we'll want to make sure that we kind of right size all of that and study what materials go there. And then that continuation of the common space, and sort of a good balance of high roof and still high roof, but not as high roof. We want to make sure that makes sense, just enough to make it grand, but not to the point where it doesn't make sense. The Again, now we're kind of applying that language all the way around. This is really kind of first blush. We don't find this area to be really resolved a whole lot yet, but we're just now trying to start to study that. We're trying to understand what material use is. We're kind of nailing down all the spaces inside that are going to project out to the outside. For instance, this kind of corner space right here, up here in the second story, that's a teacher's lounge. And so we want to make sure that they get kind of pole position on at least one space, right? So they can kind of overlook that west, see the game or something like that. There could be a really cool space. Todd wanted his office there, but we said we couldn't do that. All right. My bad. Okay, so this is right now we're kind of starting to develop what language is against that Performing Arts Center on the left here. So now we're on the east side looking toward the west to that east side entrance. And we want to make sure that we're kind of downplaying it. It doesn't feel like the main entrance, but it feels like an entrance. Because it will be an entrance during school hours. If parents want to come see their student or need to, then they can come into this pickup drop-off area and they can check in with the counseling office on this side. The other side, they check in with the administration. So I'll try to keep going here, Rex. I can feel you pushing me. Okay, there, and that's just more of a massing of kind of what it is starting to kind of feel like from a scale standpoint. Again, the materiality right now, I think that we're going to say that it's just 10% resolved, right? We got a long ways to go really figuring that out. This is sort of that first sketch of an artist's painting, and we're getting there. But we're developing that language in those key areas. That language is going to define what we're doing everywhere else, and it'll be fun to see where we're at in a month. Yep, exactly. So that CTE yard, again, we'll have overhead doors, we'll have bollards protecting the building. We want to make sure we fence in some of that area to make sure that, with the materials they have staged there or old vehicles or whatever, we don't want to make sure it's not too unsightly, but at the same time, it is what it is. It's a CTE space that they'll take good care of it. But it's probably right now the existing CTE building is actually right here. And so as soon as this gets built, they'll just have to move like 25 feet door to door. So it's actually going to be right there, fairly simple move, I hope. So yeah, so on one of the views maybe coming up, you're going to see that this Cook Street here it's actually a street historically is directly lined up with the state capitol dome. And so that's actually kind of been sort of a new celebration, because right now there's an existing building there, and it's really hard to recognize that when you're kind of on that site. But as we are developing this, it's perfectly aligned with it. So we kind of want to take the opportunity to celebrate. It's part of our history, a key part of our community. So if we can maintain that access without putting any kind of big building or even bleachers there, that might be really good. That's not a reason to not have the bleachers there, but there's actually in this next part of it, I can kind of show you what we're talking about by studying the campus and where is the best spot to put these bleachers. I'm going to actually go back on this really quick, just because try to think about the pinch point of where we're at. So this avoids the existing art wing. This avoids any of the existing school, like Tim Tholt was saying. This is actually making sure that they're going to be building this thing right up to the existing school. But once it goes down, then we're going to have this parking and plaza and kind of open space. And if we were to put bleachers on this side, we kind of feel like that is going to get pretty cramped. And this is utilizing what's called the Fat Track, which is more of it's nationally recognized as a state track venue. It's in the state of Montana, we can use a skinny track, which lengthens it. It's still the same distance, but it makes it a little more skinny, kind of in the east-west direction. But we want to make sure that we're not closing doors for the future, just in case Montana does adopt that, because other states have.
Okay, I have just a few questions then. So if you go, here, where is the student entrance just on their normal day?
It is in that sort of that main kind of main view, that first view that I showed. It's kind of right back in here. So a lot of the parking will be back in here, and obviously there's a main kind of court slash plaza there that they'll go in. Okay. And there's obviously a drop off turnaround right there too if needed.
Okay. And then I know that we're going to hop into the whole field thing.
Yes.
From the other high schools' perspectives, have there been any feedback or concerns about this feeling like it's a Helena High football field?
Absolutely. And that's so we haven't really launched into it. We haven't even gotten into a formal process or formed the committee yet for the stadium. But we have some of those folks involved with some of this, and we have heard that is a concern. There's trade-offs though, and I'm guessing we're going to get into some really important conversations that are kind of around those trade-offs. The way we're doing this is obviously if we end up putting bleachers on this side, if that's part of that solution and compromise, then we'll need to do that. But we want to do it on the basis of all the pros and cons of either doing it or not doing it. And you'll see here coming up that the basis of the identity of the stadium is something we can manage through appropriate lighting and or even adjusting lighting in a way that is not there. But then also there's this aspect of putting bleachers on the both sides, and like Mr. Kessler has really commented on, like if with now a north-south facing stadium, so now the players aren't looking into that setting sun. Now one side of the stands are looking into the setting sun, which again is not the end of the world, but at the same time, if we can mitigate that by better design, let's try. And so then is CHS, they're going to alternate. Is CHS looking into the sun, or is HHS looking into the sun? They'll alternate years like they do now with regard to bigger bleachers, smaller bleachers, home side, visitor side. And so that I think is going to come up, and whereas if all the bleachers are on one side, which we'll kind of get into sort of a hint there, that actually becomes maybe it's just left side, right side, it's north side, south side, but it's all in the same row.
That way.
You can't what?
Taunt.
Oh, right. Well, I think it happens. I mean, Carroll College, I think, does a pretty good job of that. Yeah.
So then just a quick question as well then, why wasn't the shared facility where we currently have the athletics for Helena? Like you kind of showed us, right, on that side, we've got like the tennis courts and their football field, like how come we didn't decide
practice field?
Landy there? Yeah.
We actually studied that quite a bit, and there's a couple big reasons. The biggest reason is there's a massive amount of stormwater city utilities underneath that site. I mean, they're like 3 or 4 foot mains. They're large. Yeah. There's multiple, and so it was very cost prohibitive unless we want to build over the top of them and take the risk, and which the district never would. But I think that was the biggest reason to say, are we really locked in that that's our only option? And it had other smaller reasons, is it's still east-west facing, and do we want to spend $17 million or whatever the number on a new stadium that is not fully appropriate for ideal situations. And then there's some of it's also even just the connection to the school. You're across the street, and there is still going to be activity over there. But I think that the state, and it's further away from parking. That's a significant reason is the parking access over there is extremely low.
And don't forget, we explored the idea and studied the idea of putting Helena High School on that. Cascading coming down off of the softball fields coming down onto that practice field, but with that stormwater drainage system underneath there, and it's a really spaghetti bowl of piping and plumbing, it just does not make sense for us to spend the money and working with the city to replumb all that. We just moved everything back over to the west, and it made it a lot easier. And we could still capture that green space for activities in physical education. It was studied.
Thank you.
So then, again, diagrammatically, this is our site, but kind of just simplifies it just to kind of show just the outlines. But Montana Avenue running north-south, north is up, Billings Avenue. There's our footprint of the high school. Now we're just kind of considering, like, what are the options as it relates to the stadium. Again, here's the fat track, here's the skinny track. You can kind of see what it does from a length standpoint, taking up more parking space, or does it take up more of this space in between the track and the building? And again, there's pros and cons to each of that, and we kind of studied each. We're going to get into a deeper study, but we do want to move forward with some kind of a favored version, because that decision making will affect some of the building choices. That said, this version is kind of all on one side. We kind of got some 3-dimensional views of that. You can see that kind of access to the Capitol. and we don't want to disturb that too much. It also leaves some interesting play programmable space in between here where we feel like is probably less likely or not likely if we do put bleachers on that side, or it's going to be smaller. But that could be for flag football or more formal programs of smaller field space need, or it also could be for PE and or just even open space during games, or even PAL activity space. I mean, there's a lot of functions that can take place out here, but would be a lot harder if we did put bleachers on this side. And then again, we have not really taken enough of a look at this to say this is the design. We're extremely early on this, but we do conceptually want to say that Helena High School will have its varsity locker rooms over here underneath PAL with, next to its weight rooms and all the storage needs that they have. They have bigger storage needs because their equipment is here, whereas Capital High will have equipment at their own school. Capital High and away locker rooms will be over here, each having their own. And then the concessions, restrooms, building over here, and these we kind of just delineated them as blue buildings so they kind of stand out. And then we just have some general views of what this might be. Again, we want to make sure that we have a logical processional for ticket taking and game access for security and those kind of things, because all this will be fenced in. View from that kind of main entrance back to the stadium. And again, I think that there's going to be a really fun process of making sure it is on the same site. We're not going to get away from having a football field, a CHS football field on the same site as Helena High School. But I think we're going to be able to get some pretty creative conversations going either through lighting or other measures to make sure that we can kind of identify that this is a CHS home game. And that's something we're going to have to really tackle. But the fact that it's on the same site is just in and of itself a difficult thing.
And not unique in the AA.
It's actually all AA schools share that same burden. Yep.
Use of tackle, by the way. I noticed.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, didn't even mean to do that. Yep. So, the lighting technology allows us to move these poles out into the corners so they're not interrupting the view. So these are not going to be there. And this is actually kind of a vantage point from the worst seat in the house, really kind of the top corner. And so it's kind of fun to see that we've got and this is designed for 5,000 seats, which is kind of the target right now. But we want to make sure that we're going to meet at least 4,500. Again, that's probably a budgetary functionality conversation, but 4,500 is that threshold for MHSA state track. I am done. Sorry, everybody. I say, and next month we're going to show an update on facilities or the district kitchen. I was going to say, but it's that is really starting to come together with regard to a site usage. But there's really not much to show other than some outlines. But it's starting to come together, and by next month we'll have something to show.
And most likely the first that we'll see construction progress. District kitchen.
Oh yeah,
that'll be the first dirt.
Yep. It'll actually surpass the progress on what we're doing here pretty quickly.
Absolutely. You're gonna have some questions.
Okay.
This came up in facilities yesterday. There was some questions about timing of the stadium versus the building and when that might be happening and what happens to VIG. So it might include you in the answer as well.
Yeah, I heard that was a question. The timing, obviously, we're going to have to get students out of the old Helena High back into the new Helena High, the reduction of the old Helena High School, prep that ground for a stadium. So that happens from the August of 2028, moving out, probably some demo through that late fall. And then what happens to VIG? VIG is VIG 1, we'll call that. This is VIG 2 in the stadium. So VIG 1 will become a high school soccer stadium. So we know that we have we have money allocated in our budget to make sure that the VIG 1 will take those vaults that are at 50-yard line and sink those subgrade so that we can widen out that field so we can play soccer on it. And we may need to recap that field as well. So VIG is going to get an upgrade, making sure that we're able to do soccer on that. And then you won't see the completion of the stadium probably until 2030. So VIG 1, remember why VIG moved, all right? The rationale on that is, in the theory is that in our master facility plan is that at some day we need to address the needs at Helena Middle School. Helena Middle School and Vidge can't live together on the same property. There's not enough room. So we need to move that out. So that means at some point we're going to take that north bleacher system offline and utilize that space for extra classrooms and or gym space. And so that's the reason why we needed to move that out. And it all came out of our master facility planning process.
Soccer fields there will be a smaller footprint than its current state? Or am I misunderstanding? Vidge 1 is the current Vigilante, right?
Yes.
And you were saying that soccer fields will be placed there?
We will play soccer on that field, yes. But it
So-
doesn't have the room for it right now because you have two metal vaults, electrical vaults that are on the 50-yard line on sidelines. They need to go underground and level that so that we can spread out the field to play soccer on it.
All right.
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, I had a couple actually, but to start off, I really want to say how I like the athletic area for like the softball / the possibility for baseball in the future, and the tennis courts plus the additional parking over there. I think that was really cool additions. The softball / baseball fields just make more sense how they are like in this proposed. And then,
Can I interrupt you on that?
yeah,
I want to clarify that those are way smaller than baseball fields, and I know that you're just kind of stating that. I just want to make sure that people understand that baseball does not fit on those fields in that whole area really at all.
We did a study on that. I asked Tim or Mr. Meldrum to impose a softball or baseball field up on that piece of property, and it laps back over down to the topography.
Yeah,
We
the
just don't have enough
topography
room
is
there.
one of the issues. It could be done with moving a lot of dirt, but maybe that's
Yeah.
where it ends up someday. But on that top side, probably not.
okay, well, at least for softball, I like
Absolutely,
how it-
Brock, I agree.
like how it looks.
Yeah.
And then I also like how they get their own parking for PAL and have that be separate, so it's more separate. The questions I have, and I guess I'll start off with the Caddy Shack. Currently right now, the way it's like built for people trying to get stuff, it's crowded and people moving through, like there's no room. For people working inside, I was prepping with one other student and it was crowded inside the Caddy Shack for just 2 people, and then you multiply that by 2 and have like 4 or 5 people working at the same time. How is the space for that going to be changed?
It's a lot more space dedicated to it than what you currently have, but I think so. Literally, this next phase, within this next 8 weeks, we're going to be drilling into that detail and working with folks like you to make sure that we're getting it right.
Perfect, thanks.
Mhm.
And then my other question, well, we kind of talked about this before, but I'm just a little bit worried about the parking. Like I'm looking at like this possible design, and then I keep flipping back to this one, and this one like the current design looks like it has like a lot more parking, and then I keep looking back here and I don't know, to me like it looks like a third of the parking, and we're hoping to like grow Helena High, and I'm just kind of like nervous like as a student like trying to get a parking spot there. That's what I'm just kind of worried about. And then we're talking about adding like another field like in between the stadium and then the school.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like that's what
Well, I think it's a really fair comment, and yes, the parking is going to be tight, and it has been one of the consequences of some of the programming in the planning. All that said is that parking may be what ends up in that area instead of play space, just because of the process and where we have parking or not. It will be, I mean, even fire department access will need to get back there, and we'll need to make sure we do that appropriately, which sometimes leads to more parking just because of the requirements there. We're going to deal with all that in these coming phases. That said, that's one of the reasons why we also did not put another, there was even discussion to talk about putting just the track over on the practice field and do just football. So we kind of save space on the west property, and maybe you utilize the space on the east property and separate the two. Really valid reasons to do that, but we also, from a master planning standpoint, feel like that's also a good opportunity to either now or later add parking if it's needed for school or events. It's open space that the district owns that may just be best for parking. We just aren't ready to make that decision yet, whether it's this part of this project or not. Yes, good question.
Thank you very much. I mean, I could talk at length, but I'm not going to. That was totally awesome.
Thanks for letting me. Yeah.
Before we end on construction update, I do want to shout out Holting. And so you heard from Kessler, Capital, and now Helena High. All this is being organized. Obviously, our admin team's in the middle of this, but Shane and Alec, our owner's rep, are in it daily. And not only just making sure that we're on track and pace, but also within budget. And so I still, I will still say that it's invaluable to have an owner's rep such as what we have with us doing the work that we're doing right now. So when I talked about glazing, that's an expense, and Shane's always in my ear going, you can't have that much glass. And so there's a balance between the wants and the wishes. We appreciate their efforts. Thank you. Dick Anders, you're up. You already did your thing. Well, I was going to bring you back up again, Tim. All right.
Talk about flannel again.
I think that you're at your 7:30 deadline.
Yeah, we're gonna take our pre-scheduled biology break, and we'll be to order. Items for information. Number one, SAC and the Child and Adult Care Food Program, or CACFP for you acronym
Excellent.
lovers.
Ms. Hess, are you
Cat-
kicking this one off for us today?
I'm gonna be
This
I'm gonna be
evening?
fast. I'm gonna kick it off
are.
fast.
Right.
All right. Thank you for doing so. I was ready to do it, but since you are here, thank you.
So good evening. Over the past several months, I've had the privilege of working closely with Kirsten Roush.
She's here.
Are you gonna come up here? She is wearing this lovely dress that the students signed last summer. In fact, she showed me where my son's name is. You can actually read it. It's legible. It's amazing. So I have had the privilege of working closely with Kirsten over the last few months following Barbara Joy's retirement last October. And through this partnership, I've gained a deeper appreciation for the vital role this program plays in our community. The SAC program meets a significant need for our families. As a parent of a kindergartner and a third grader, I understand firsthand how important it is to have affordable, accessible childcare options when school is not in session. This is a reality for many families across our district. I have truly enjoyed learning more about the program and working alongside Kirsten to evaluate how we can continue to meet this community need while also ensuring the long-term sustainability of our services. One thing I've learned is that we have a very unique program in our district for before and after school childcare and childcare on non-school days and in the summer. We offer it at multiple sites. And most school districts, AA school districts don't do that. Most have just one single site that they bus kids to and from. So we run a very unique program. It breaks down barriers for a lot of families to have accessible childcare options, and they have so much fun there too. Yeah. So this evening, Kirsten will be joining you twice. First, she will present an overview of the Child and Adult Care Food Program, and later in the agenda, she will return to seek your approval on the proposed summer program rates. So without further ado.
Thank you. All right, well, Caitlin did tell a little bit about my dress, but I wanted to tell more about it because I think it is a one of a kind. It is. So the beginning, first day of summer SAC last summer, I had a white dress on and, got up and told the kids, like, this is, a little bit about the dress. And for each toodle that a child got, they were able to draw on my dress. And so we started calling it a positive behavior dress. And, every once in a while, Porter would be drawing on it or something. He'd be like, oh, Porter, you're drawing on my dress. And then they would think it was so funny. And then I didn't put it on until the last day of SAC. And, I kind of had a coat all over it. And I, did a grand reveal and oohs and ahs because almost every single SAC kid got to draw on it. And the staff they signed on it as well. And so some of them were fun, lots of rainbows and hearts and flowers. There is some sort of a dust storm here in the middle. There is, I think, a dinosaur on the back. So everybody got to put their name on it, and it was just so fun and so exciting. So when I wore it on the last day, I said, well, when should I wear this dress? And, there was anything from like every day you should wear that dress.
Sure.
To special occasions, to days that you maybe needed more love or attention. And then a couple of them even said, well, you should wear it on special occasions, like when you go to meetings. And so I said, that's it. I'll wear it and I told them a little bit about that I, have to present to big groups like this. And they thought that was like the best idea. So here I am with all the SAC kids representing. So it was great fun, and maybe we'll even do it again this summer. All right, so that was the exciting part of my presentation. Now to the other stuff. So Child and Adult Care Food Program, we shorten it to CACFP because that's a lot easier to say. It's a federally funded program. And so one of the requirements for us to be part of this federal funded program is that I present to you each year. And so it's great pleasure that I get to spend time with all of you doing this. So a little bit about the federal food program. We've been doing this, I think 2009 was our beginning year of working with CACFP. So we've had quite a run with them. We'll knock on wood that that continues, as some of the changes are made with CCDF and funding, within different kinds of education. So kind of the big thing is, like Caitlin mentioned, is we serve kids from all 10 of the elementary schools, but we're located in 9 of them. And so every afternoon, we serve either a 2-component meal or a 2-component snack or a 5-component meal to kids. And so those of you up here, the special pages, you do have some information in front of you. Those you might have, if you printed out the 114 or whatever it was pages of the items tonight. So I think the biggest piece is just letting you know that between September and December of 2025, we served 10,154 snacks to SAT kids in the afternoon and 5,932 meals in the afternoon. And so that grand total ends up to being about 129 snacks a day and about 74 meals a day. And so that's a key component of our afternoon, is getting in there, prepping food, serving food, cleaning the food up, and creating a time for kids to sit down and have the opportunity to eat and enjoy each other's company, where a lot of kids don't have that. They're driving through the McDonald's drive-through, in between ballet and soccer and, getting home to do homework. So we feel very, very fortunate that we are able to do this for our kids, for our community. And some kids, yep, they're going home for a meal, and then others, you must only wonder that it might be the last time that they eat until they come back into the building the next day. So we feel very, very fortunate. So why do we do this? We do get reimbursed. We don't get enough reimbursement that it covers our costs. But we feel that it is so important to get healthy, good food in children each and every day. And so we spend a lot of time and energy taking that into consideration. So there are reimbursement amounts there. We're anywhere from, December was a low month with about $5,000, and anywhere up to almost $8,700 worth of reimbursement. Our food costs, I added some things up, just a quick little number. So almost $2,800 or $28,000 was what we spent between September and December on food costs. And supplies are kind of tied in there as well. We can buy paper bowls and paper forks and all those things. So we do the bulk of our shopping at Costco. And so we spent almost $18,000 in food and supply costs in those 4 months. So now you're doing the math and you're like, wait a second, Kirsten, that leaves about $10,000. Well, we have one of my site managers that she works half-time as a site manager and half-time as our food kind of resource specialist. And so that pays her wages. And then it also pays each of our paraeducators or our site managers for half an hour a day to prep food. And so what we spend and what we get reimbursed are really two different things, even though you look at it and you're like, wow, that's a good amount of money. We don't break even, but it is something that we'll continue to do as long as we can. I know that when we spoke last year, I think we were in a little bit closer dire straits to whether it would be continued to be funded or not. And at this point, we're going to just, thank our lucky stars that we can have any day that we can. So that's a little bit about CACFP. I know some of you have heard this before. I know Linda is she could run rings around me with all this information too. So any questions or comments from anybody today? Sure.
Thank you. So In terms of the concern about federal funding, have you heard any concerns about whether this will or will not be funded, or is it all just kind of hearsay?
Right now, there are 7 states that are starting to investigate some of the cuts in funding for federal dollars, not only just for food, but for childcare in general. And Montana right now is not one of those 7 states. Whether, we go that way or not, I mean, it's none of us really know.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Wait, just to clarify, no one knows if there's funding for next year and only 7 states are looking into it. Is that right?
Well, there's question about whether funding will continue.
I see.
And 7 of those states have no funding right now.
I see.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. It's, and even the states that are losing the funding, it's not very clear about why or how or when. There are some states that are even talking about childcare cuts could be 7%, and some states are talking about much more. So nothing but muddy clear.
Yeah. Yes.
Are we talking about federal dollars here or
Yes,
state dollars?
federal.
Okay.
No questions. I'll just repeat myself. My daughter is an alumni of the SAC program. And yeah, very valuable. Like Caitlin said, just my husband and I's work schedule. It was definitely an affordable option for us and a lifesaver. And speaking to the work that we've done together on food security, I mean, you're right. I mean, sometimes that is the last meal a kid gets until they come to school the next morning. So very appreciative for all you guys do for all our kids.
Well, thank you.
Anyone else? Gotta give a plug too. My kids are both SAC graduates, and it's an awesome program. It's
Thank you.
It's not just your work schedule. It's literally every single working person's work schedule. People don't get off work at 3:15.
Right, right.
Not even teachers get off work at 3:15. So if it weren't for SAC, there'd be thousands of Helena families in dire straits, and your work is invaluable. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. We are so, and like Caitlin even mentioned, we're so unique in the state of Montana and so valuable. And, I think that, I mean, not that this would ever happen, but if ever, the SAC program were, to think about, not being around, I think we'd have thousands of parents standing out in the hallway saying, wait a second here, let me tell you a story.
Mm-hmm.
Very fortunate. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your work.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. You're up, Miss. Yeah.
I've been waiting.
I know. Well, we're going to see a lot of you tonight.
I know. My apologies.
Well, we'll just kind of break the ice with some items for information.
Yes. All right, so we've got a few policies in front of you for items for information, and then you will see me again with policies for action. So the first one that you have in front of you is Policy 2020, Student and Family Privacy Rights. We had a little bit of a discussion around this. So basically, this is updates based on House Bill 599. It updates parental rights to provide an opt-out of a child to any personal analysis, evaluation, survey, or data collection by the district that does not require personally identifiable information, and an opt-in to any personal analysis, evaluation, survey, or data collection that requires personally identifiable information. So again, clear as mud, similar to other policies we've seen about notifications. What we talked about a little bit in policy committee was, maybe some unintended consequences of this that we might be unfortunately missing some students going forward because parents have to take an affirmative action to opt their student in to data where we would have identifiable information. And we also talked about how we need to look at our processes and procedures to ensure that we are following the intent of the law while still trying to ensure we get the biggest group of our student population to take these tests that we can in compliance purposes. So that is what you have in front of you for information purposes. Questions on that one?
Are there any questions, anybody?
Or comments?
Yeah, just I'll kind of add to that. I mean, it was something that we were kind of like what? Because those assessments that we do, especially at the beginning of the year, are so important to help capture those folks who may need additional help or support or outreach for them. So I don't know how we could move forward still doing something like that, because a lot of parents may not even know that those assessments happen, just because we know, with email and other communications and stuff, it's not always widely received, even though we do push it out there. So I'll be interested to see how our numbers are affected by that, and the stats of the number of kids that we're able to connect with and support.
Yeah, more to come.
Did we discuss how it would the statewide required testing fall into this category in terms of like meeting or no? Okay.
My colleagues are here to assist. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Not yet.
Right.
Please hear me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, that was another footnote I had. Yeah, that this does not apply if information is necessary and essential to establishing a student's education record or for demographic survey to validate an achievement test used to gain admission to a post-secondary institution. So there is that footnote. So thank you for that question.
Question right here.
Oh, yes. Trustee Hathorn. So does this primarily affect our high school population then, or is it both?
It affects all. Again, one of the primary things we talked about would be the potential impacts on the RBHI screener
Right.
and Character Strong. So again, we're going to work through the process to ensure we're in compliance, but still trying to capture the biggest population of students that we can.
It might require a little bit of outreach so that parents do know and actually have that option, because they're busy.
Yes.
They don't always look at everything with a fine tooth comb.
Absolutely. So.
Any other questions? Moving on to 310.
Okay, so some heavy policies here for your information. The next one is policy 3010, student admissions. This is on entrance, placement, and transfer. This policy permits the district to receive A and B funding for special education preschool students based on aggregate hours of instruction. Also, the biggest piece that we've added is lines 20 through 22 reflects that students with disabilities may be eligible to continue enrollment until they reach 22 years of age unless they have received a regular high school diploma. Currently, we have 2 students that qualify this year. We anticipate 3 to 4 for next year and 6 potential for 27, 28. So again, part of our discussion was, how will this be funded? It's still in the works with OPI to learn how that funding will work, whether a tuition levy may be an option, but we do know that it's going to take additional staff to support this. It's a great program, but trying to always find that balance.
Yes.
Any questions?
Yeah, I have one question, just in terms of, I think it's mostly phrasing here, but the second sentence, so line 10, no pupil may be enrolled in the district if that pupil has reached their 19th birthday. But then we have the exception, which is the underlined part of it that comes 20 to 22.
Yep,
Should that be, do we need to say somewhere in there? No, in which the child registers to enter school unless the below circumstance applies or something, you know what I mean? Because it seems like we say one thing and then we say a contradictory thing.
Yeah,
wording
it's
thing.
to age 19 unless they're disabled, and then the students with disability have the option to stay longer. I hear what you're saying. We can.
I don't know if it just needs a little, unless the, circumstance.
We'll take that back.
We can take it back to policy.
Yep.
It's just a wording.
Make note of that.
Yes.
I know for school funding interim commission this week, I believe Ms. Carter is going to be.
Yes, we have 3 of our employees will be providing either sitting on a panel or testifying.
That might be something we want to bring up as an unfunded mandate. Just a thought.
She's on, yeah.
I don't
And
wanna
Ms.
talk.
Carter's on.
Perfect.
Ms. Hess will be also speaking,
Awesome.
and Mr. Barrow will also be speaking this week.
Great. Thank you.
Go ahead. So how is our special ed preschool currently funded, and how does this change with the A and B?
So preschool versus 21-year-old?
Yes.
Yeah, preschool's spelled out. The 21 and older is not. I think the last time we talked, and Ms. Carter's online, but in Mr. McKay's here, but there's an option for tuition fund for one-on-one, but I'm not sure that that language applies to those from 19 to 20 to 21, 22. I just don't know that yet. And I don't know if anyone has that information on how this is funded. It's one of the unfunded mandates that it's good in practice, but the practicality of it is that there's no funding attached to it yet.
And it sounds like it's permitting us to get A and B funding for preschool where we weren't before. Is that
That's
true?
correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, remember that was movement 2023. Might have been the last that was one of our wishes from the AA's is that, and I think it was the resolution out of Bozeman that the funding for 4-year-olds was not adequate.
Okay.
Now, yeah, let's go there.
Just to clarify, there is even a slim possibility of getting some funding for this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Better than I thought. Anything else? Anyone else? All right, we'll move on to non-resident student enrollment.
Okay.
Mr. McKay.
So this policy applies really to attendance agreements. And so tried to clarify the forms that would be needed for out-of-district enrollment. You'll notice starting on line 38, out-of-district students for Summer Jumpstart, which is our Kids Quest program, that's our 6-week program, may be accepted without an out-of-district agreement. This does not apply to Kindersprouts, which is our school year program. This is just for those Summer Jumpstart. So trying to clarify that language of Jumpstart and what it applies to. If you go down further, it talks about on lines 76 and 77 that a district may deny enrollment of an out-of-district student if accepting the student would negatively impact the quality of education for resident students because the maximum student contract hours for a teacher of the classroom or maximum class sizes under accreditation standards would be exceeded. And then we also had some new language added on lines 93 through 96. Making sure I'm tracking all this right. It's funny what just a couple of lines will do and what the impact of that is. So those lines clarify that a student who has been suspended in or out of school in any school the student had previously enrolled in the previous 3 years can be denied enrollment. So here was the example given. An out-of-district non-disabled student was accepted for the 25-26 school year. The student was fighting during the school year and was suspended for 3 days out of school. If that out-of-district student applied for readmission during the 26-27 school year, the district could deny enrollment on the basis that that student had been suspended the previous school year. So it gives more flexibility to school districts on who they admit if it's an out-of-district student and there might be behavior issues. And then finally, lines 133 through my paper clip's in the way, 140 provides language on out-of-district enrollment regulations regarding remote instruction. So just clarifies when an out-of-district student could be enrolled so an out-of-district student may be accepted to participate in remote instruction course without an out-of-district agreement when the student's district of residence does not provide remote or in-person instruction in an equivalent course. So all very clear as mud, and I'm very grateful to Mr. McKay and his team that navigate through all of this.
So on this one, was this the ones where we were also clarifying? So it's not just them receiving any kind of discipline or expulsion within our district, but we can deny if they receive that same similar circumstance at another school district.
Yes, that's the prior piece that we were just talking about. Yes, and that 90, 96, 97 language, lines 96, 97. Yep.
There were times early in my career where things would happen in other districts and students would migrate around the districts in proximity, and you wouldn't know about where they're coming from. So this gives us an opportunity to examine closely who's coming into our district and why.
Are we able to pull those academic and discipline records from the other school districts?
Yes.
How would we know otherwise that there was disciplinary action?
Mr. McKay will talk about the entrance of a student coming in, but there were times when we would be able to say, we are not going to enter, you won't enter our district until we get your records. That's not always the case. And Mr. McKay, you want to?
Yeah, just as part of a out of district application, we require the recent school documents to consider.
We do get that. Oh,
So that it's upon the burden of the parent that's applying for the student to produce current documents for that consideration.
There are several exceptions, homelessness that we don't, they're in. Military families are in, so without documentation. So there are some examples that are exceptions that we just can't ask for that. But
yeah, we can't. I mean, so there are exceptions, but we have this is an extension of that open enrollment bill that became a reality for us a couple of years ago. So then these are further clarifications in this policy of what the meaning is. We've been following like all of these as we go. Now it's just put into policy.
bills happen, we put policy, and then we have to make it work within the school.
Other comments, questions on policy 3141?
No.
Okay.
Move on to what we all came here for.
All right. So
AEDs.
AEDs, yes. The use of the automated external defibrillation. Basically, this policy has just been updated so that the components of our AED program are in policy. We just had that little bit of a misstep. So this is more of a clerical update so that we have it all in policy. So we're in compliance. There were a couple minor changes that you'll see in the legal references. There's changes to the requirements for maintaining a written plan for AEDs to only a written notice of the location of the AED to the 911 service covering the area of the district. And the county attorney or DPHHS may bring an action in district court if an AED is used in violation of the law. Again, we've got a very strong district safety committee. And we've been doing these things, so I again, just a formality to get it in policy.
I just have a quick question.
You may ask a question. I may not have an answer.
Did Senate Bill 86 apply to all public facilities or just schools?
Let me see if I have the answer.
I don't have that answer.
Go into my cheat sheet.
Sorry, guys.
You know what applies to schools?
Yes. I don't have that in my cheat sheet. Sorry.
I'm looking it up because it's just like, oh yeah, here we go.
Okay.
We got 99 problems and written notice of AED. Ain't one. Good news alert. It's everyone. It's not just us.
Okay. Thank you for that. We're all on equal footing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Transportation.
All right. And then the final one, again, this is just really housekeeping. We've added transportation of students with disabilities to our policy. Somehow it just got missed in our regular updates. So we've added that again so that we're in compliance. Again, things we've already been doing, just getting it documented.
Any questions for Ms. Mizzo? All right, don't go anywhere.
All right, we'll see you soon.
See you between 10 and midnight. Right. Consent action items. Trustees, is there a motion for approval of the consent action items?
Key, I would move that we approve the consent action items as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Wonderful. We have a motion and a second on approval of the consent action items as presented. Is there any public comment on the motion? Is there any board comment on the motion? Okay. No one online? All right. No comment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Right, items for action. Consideration of approval of the SAC rate increase.
Ms. Hess, are you kicking that one off for Ms. Roush? Come on, you got it. All right. We can see that fancy dress.
All right, now I'd like to talk a little bit about our summer program and raising the rates for this summer. It looks like a significant jump from $275 a week last summer to $325 a week for this summer, which is, but if you really break it down, it ends up being about $3 an hour. And so when you look at it in big picture like that, we're open approximately 50 hours a week each summer, and so significant amount of time. Right now, a lot of the camps and other organizations in town that are offering the school age summer care have their rates out, and we are very competitive with all of those, and actually come in as being one of the I won't say cheapest, but the least expensive option for families. A lot of the camps that go on, they may only be 4 or maybe 5 days, but half-day rates that are similar to what we're charging for full days. We are operating this year, it's a 9-week summer again, which is an unusual number. Most often they're 10-week summers. This will be the third 9-week summer like in the last 20 years. And so it just shifts our dates and our numbers just a little bit. So the first, second, fifth, sixth, seventh weeks will all be $325 a week with the $30 activity fee. We do have a short week for that 4th of July week. We have the 2nd and the 3rd off. And so it's a 3-day week. And so looking at a cost of $195 for that week. And then we are changing it up just a little bit this year. I oftentimes joke, but it really is the truth that we are SAC on wheels. We have a lovely shed out here, out back that we were able to purchase with COVID funds. And we move all those things in it to Central, which is where we were last summer and will be this summer. And then we move everything back. And that is easy on the way out because we do have a planning day. On the way back, it ends up falling on a few people's shoulders and their own personal vehicles. And so I'm proposing this year to do our last week before camp, so week 8, to be a 4-day week. And staff use that last day as kind of a cleanup, shut down, and maybe even have some pizza together to celebrate. And then our last week, we go up to Camp Sunshine. We've been doing that for ages and ages. And I think pretty much almost all staff and kids' favorite week of the program. It's something that we'll just continue as long as we possibly can. And hopefully that camp continues to hold on tight too. Any questions on that? That was a lot of information in a short amount of time.
Any questions?
Actually, I do have. So for the summer programs, I don't know. Can they pick and choose weeks? They're not committed to the full time, right?
You are correct. In the past, when I first started with the SAC program, I can't even, it makes my head just scramble. Families could choose what day they wanted.
Oh.
And trying to keep that straight, I'm not sure how that was even done. We did for a while go to the model of you could choose all summer care or week by week. And all summer care really just ends up being tricky because people think they want all summer care and then they lose a job or their parents are coming for the summer. And so we've really kind of nailed down that week by week is really the easiest. So some of our themes for this summer, we'll do planes, trains, and automobiles. One week we'll do sports, health, and fitness. Welcome to Montana, celebrate the arts at SAC. Myths, legends, and fantasies, geology, mining, and minerals, and Stampede Week, complete with a SAC carnival. Well, it wasn't me, Caitlin. It was Miss Carnival. Miss Carnival was in the dunk tank last year, and unfortunately, Miss Carnival is going to be out of the country that time. So Miss Carnival will not be in the dunk tank this summer. Somebody else will have to do it. I mean, the job is open. It was actually one of the most fun things I've ever done is to be in a dunk tank and have kids throwing things at me. So yeah, with my pink wig and my purple prom dress on. You start to see a theme of me in costumes.
Any other questions? All right, well, I'd entertain a motion for consideration of approval of the SAC rate increase.
Chair McKee, I move that we approve the SAC rate increases as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. You have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on the motion? Is there any further board comment on the motion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those
Thank
opposed?
you very much. I've appreciated all the time and energy you all put forth, not only just for SAC program, but for the whole district. So thank you. And I do appreciate and have fun coming to see you at least once a year.
Thank you. All right. Consideration of the recommendation to join Bridged Health Alliance, Mr. Franco.
We'll ask Mr. Franco to come up.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. I have some quick notes. It'll make it quicker so I don't ramble on. Time is of essence right now. So I believe was sent out last week. It should have in your packet. Basically, it was the Health Benefits Committee's recommendation. I just basically sent out the memo on behalf of them. I'm just going to go through it really quick. Please ask questions as we go along. All right. So basically, on the recommendation that the Helena School District #1 join the Bridged Alliance Trust, based on a few contingencies. So the contingent following conditions are: one, the contractual protections. So you'll see on #1 on the memo, you'll see the retention basically of St. Peter's contracts. So basically we want to retain our existing contracts with St. Peter's for as long as those contracts remain more advantageous to us. As we understand it, our current agreements with St. Peter's are a little more favorable than any previous multiples of Medicare contract achieved with that current provider. It is important that the district continues to benefit from the work done by Allegiance, myself, and our committee to improve affordability and cost savings for both the plan and its members. And I do want to reiterate, the committee's done a lot of work, a lot of meetings. I'm happy to be a part of that hard-working group. They definitely do a lot of in-depth work. The second contractual one is the retention of current Allegiance administrative fees. Basically, we want to retain its current administrative fee structure with Allegiance for as long as those fees remain lower than Bridged Alliance's administrative fees. At this time, they are lower, and we want to ensure the district continues to receive the best value, regardless of whether Bridged Alliance contracts are our own are utilized. So that was the first one, the contractual projections. The second one, you'll see it says Bridged Alliance to achieve dynamic multiples of Medicare contracts with Montana hospitals. So basically, we want to see them get these contracts. We call them MOM for short, multiples of Medicare, with these Montana hospitals. They are expected to provide meaningful cost savings, stability, and operational efficiencies for not just our district, but all districts a part of this trust. So we definitely want to see that as well. Number 3, you'll see it has to do with the pharmacy benefit management contract review. Bridge Alliance must allow the benefit committee and its consultants to review and approve the final tier 2 prescription PBM. So that's pharmacy benefit management contract with Capital RX. And reviewing the previous Capital RX contract used by Bridge Alliance, our pharmacy consultants identified deficiencies that created disadvantages for Helena School District. While we were told these issues would be corrected, the committee requires the opportunity to review and approve the final contract to ensure accuracy and alignment with district interests. So those are the basic 3. The benefit committee established a deadline of March 31st of 2026 for this Bridged Alliance Trust to meet these conditions and provide necessary contracts for final committee approval prior to joining the trust. They also understand formal contract language reflecting these contingencies will be developed by the HSD1 legal team, as is customary practice, and will be provided upon completion to Bridged Alliance. No, that was it in a nutshell. I told you I'd try to keep it as quick as possible. I know you guys probably have some questions, so I am ready when you are.
Just throw them out, guys.
I'd also note that John Doran here is with Bridge, is in the room. So there's questions if you have, if it's not for Rich, it's also John's here.
I do have a question for Mr. Doran. That's okay.
Sure.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, John Doran, Bridge Health Alliance. It's great to be back in front of you again today.
Yeah, thank you so
Penny?
much. First of all, thank you for your flexibility as we needed more time to work through this. Second of all, there have been other AA districts that have had similar contingencies. Is that correct? And have you been able to work through those? And could you
Yes,
tell us a
so
little bit more about that?
to date, we have Helena would be the 7th out of 8 AAs that would formally commit to participate in Bridged. 3 of those AAs have had contingencies that are very similar. The first is really the multiple Medicare contracts, which are going swimmingly with Allegiance. That's one nice thing about Helena. You have Allegiance as your third-party administrator today. That is also who Bridged chose. So there's very little, if any, disruption there. The second was on creating a tier 2 specific participation agreement to really reflect the operational differences between the 2-tiered structure. We've delivered those not only to Helena, but for those school districts as well. The third was actually a contingency that we validate, which is kind of the whole point of all of this. I'm happy to say today, after months and months and months of working incredibly hard on all of your behalf, Helena would become the 192nd school district as part of the trust and would push us over 16,000 employees covered under Bridge Health Alliance. The thresholds to validate the trust are 150 districts covering 12,000 employees. We did submit our formal application to the Insurance Commissioner's Office on January 29th, and we are expecting a decision in the next couple of weeks. We had a very, very good meeting with them on the 29th, had some very good follow-up conversations with them, so we're very hopeful at this time.
Thank you.
And I would be remiss if I didn't also commend the Health Benefits Committee. I mean, Kay, Rich, Shannon, Jane, they're all here today, did an unbelievable job of really digging into the details of a very complex arrangement. But this is an arrangement that is not only going to provide that bargaining power beyond just Helena, but with 192 districts, it's going to provide the stability and predictability that you need. And it's really going to spread the volatility across a much, much broader population, which I think is the huge long-term value.
I had a question. This is like for Rich, I think. Number 2, the Bridge must achieve dynamic multiplier of multiple of Medicare contracts with Montana hospitals.
Right.
Like 2 or more, or
so that's
what does that mean?
So,
Holy
that was
hours.
actually, I mean, Mr. Doran could help partially answer this as well, because that was a conversation that the committee had asked. And that was something that was thought about, but if we were to put a stipulation on it, it kind of cripples their ability to negotiate. So, yeah, I'll let him talk more about that piece.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thanks. It's a great question. And it really is all hospitals, right? It's all of the main PPS hospitals. So those large hospital systems like St. Peter's Health or a Benefice, for example. It's really an opportunity to create some lasting stability in the hospital pricing, which, when you dig into or open up the hood of any health plan like Helena's, the biggest expense is going to be those claims, right? And so that's how, by bringing Bridge together and bringing schools together in solidarity, we are able to open up strategies that simply don't exist for school districts on their own. And Helena's done a wonderful job, really making an aggressive contract with steerage to St. Peter's that has been very beneficial, one of the best in the state, to be honest. But we also have the opportunity to think on a statewide basis. So, skill sets or services that may not be able to be performed at St. Peter's, or if a participant wants to go someplace else, you're really going to have the benefit of having a much broader network availability at that multiple Medicare pricing.
Thanks.
Can I ask then, as we're talking about that, like, how does that pricing potential, I guess, or future pricing compare to what is currently available to folks, or like, I guess, what they're paying?
So basically, if you go outside of St. Peter's, if you were to look at the pricing structure, it varies quite significantly from hospital to hospital. Basically, even if they were to, if they were to achieve somewhere in the neighborhood of 2.2, 2.3, all the way to 2.5, which, so just so you know, that's just the decimal point of 200%, right? So if they were to achieve that, there's places that you could go for a knee surgery that might cost upwards of 280%. So that would already drop that down, 40% potentially for the cost for us. And that's one of the things that they talk about stability is if we can keep those costs from climbing and keep them more stable, that'll help predict premiums. So we're not facing, bigger hike increases in the future. That's the goal anyway. So.
Trustee Walsh, I think one of the really important functionalities of this type of hospital contracting strategy is that the unit cost trend of Medicare, so unit cost is the cost of a service. So if you just think simply of a knee procedure, from year to year, the Medicare trend only can increase by a maximum of 3%. And you compare that to the national trend or even the statewide trends of anywhere between 8 to 20%. And you can start to see how the long-term stability really drives forward the substantial savings over time, because you're really taking a trend line in the current marketplace like this, even with really good contracting, and much more level and stable and predictable for the long term. And that's really one of the biggest advantages of bringing schools together in this fashion.
Okay, so being a part of Bridge, we would be able to take advantage of that versus not participating. What would be the expected increase in the next couple of years, I guess?
Yeah, correct.
More than higher than that 3%.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
She has one.
I'm just wondering, this might be for Ms. Sean, or I'm
Sure.
not sure if you've surveyed the staff.
Sure.
How are Helena employees feeling in general about this move?
I heard both sides of the equation. I think part of it is because some employees don't know what you guys are hearing or what our committees went through. Mrs. Satry, who's been a part of all these meetings, which I appreciate, knows how much depth we went into this. I feel like that's one of the things that they had talked about in the last meeting is to get out more communication from our communications committee to our employees to help them feel a little more comfortable and understand more the weight of this decision. So for now, I feel like there's some definitely positives. I believe Ms. Jane Sean has seen that in some of our HEA meetings. We've also heard some concerns. I've heard concerns. It sounds like from the last conversation, a couple committee members might have as well. But like I said, if we can talk to these members the way we're talking to you guys and have those communication gaps breached, then we can definitely get them to a better spot.
I had a question, and
Sure.
I I appreciate everyone's work. I mean, it's been so thorough that there really aren't very many questions to ask anymore if you've been following along. But one thing that has always concerned me a little bit is price increases in Medicare are controlled by federal law, and they don't necessarily have to relate to how much it costs to provide care.
Right.
So that is one of the things that I've been trying to wrap my head around is, while I can understand that having a multiplier of Medicare makes it predictable and it flattens spikes and all of these things, I wouldn't want our local hospital to experience District 1 as a loss leader because we're pegged to some national standard, some federally forced data point that is unrelated to reality. I just want to just consider, I mean, just alleviate my concerns that Bridge is not going to negotiate our local hospitals right into the ground so that we can peg ourselves to Medicare, which doesn't keep up with the cost of what it actually costs to provide care.
Yeah, and Madam Chair McKee, we share that same concern, and that's why we're not going to be, and this is really a partnership with hospitals. And each market's different, right? St. Peter's is a very efficient hospital. There are some hospitals in the state that have higher average percents of Medicare, but we want to be able to work with the hospitals in those local markets to find a pricing point of Medicare that works for them, but also that creates that stability. So it's not just going to be, turning their arm behind their back until they say uncle. That's not how we're approaching this. That's not how Allegiance is approaching this either. Allegiance has a wonderful reputation with hospitals, and they've already been for the past several months meeting with hospitals and talking about these things. So it's definitely not our intent to underprice even the cost of a service to deliver. It's to work with hospitals and find an appropriate price that makes sense, that still, with a population this size, is able to drive volume and savings for schools. And, the type of programs that we're putting in place, the state of Montana has used it, municipalities have used it. The only public sector that hasn't used it is public education. And I think it's time. Right? One of the other things I just want to make sure everybody understands too, if I might take the opportunity, is just really understanding the stop loss strategy with Bridge, because I think this is a big difference maker. So stop loss, right, is that protection against high cost claims. And Bridge is a model that's being built by schools for schools. And we're not building it for profit. We're building it for protection. And we have multiple layers of protection built into our stop loss that allows us to capitalize on this historic opportunity to inject $40 million into public education, right? And Bridge is the vehicle that allows school districts to utilize that $40 million rather than just look at it from afar. But by capitalizing on that and using multiple layers of stop loss strategies and pooling schools together, again, to mitigate that risk, we're not in it for profit. Our loss ratio targets are between 90 and 95% for our stop loss. Traditional market for any other reinsurer is about 65 to 70%. So let's just think of, if you spent $10 million in premium, right, you're getting 5 million to 6 million paid out, right? Where does that $5 to $4 million difference go? It goes right into their profits. Well, with Bridge, it goes into our reserves, and our reserves are capped through the legislation, which means that once we reach a healthy reserve balance, everything extra spills right back to benefit schools. It benefits our participating members. And that is the most beautiful thing I can imagine when it comes to providing health insurance for schools. It's a way that's not built on profit. It's built on reinvesting back into the schools who participate.
Thank you. Any other questions? Unbelievable. I guess when you spend 10 months studying it, you've really covered a lot of ground.
A lot of meetings. Sorry, Kay.
No, I'm impressed.
Yeah.
We look before we leap around here. All right. I would entertain a motion for I guess it's approval of the recommendation to join Bridged Health Alliance. Feels like you should.
Well, okay.
This is your moment.
I would like to move that we follow this recommendation from the Health Benefits Committee to join Bridged Alliance Trust, conditional on these contingencies as presented here.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Is there any public comment on the motion? Is there any further board comment on the motion?
I would like to make a further.
By all
board
means.
comment. Just, so we've had questions, and I want to start off though first by saying one of the challenges of kind of moving from probably wider skepticism and some resistance towards this position that we've arrived at with this recommendation is just the hard work that's been done by this committee, not just in looking at this, but over the last, I don't know, 5 years, 4 years,
Right.
and most particularly over the last 3 years. I mean, there's been so much work done looking at the health plan, looking at how can we keep premiums, the increases manageable, looking at how can we provide for the members choices so that we have a higher premium with benefits and then lower premium, getting more distance between our plan. Anyway, it's gone on and on. Rich has been at the helm of that, and it's been a lot of work. And when you do all that work, when you make that kind of investment, there's some just challenge to being able to say, okay, this has been 100% our baby, and we're going to make some big changes. And this is on the heels of having just made a whole bunch this last year. So I just want to acknowledge all that work and some of that difficulty, I think. The other thing I want to acknowledge, everybody said it already, but just the work of this committee. I mean, I'm a retired person, but all these other people have big day jobs, not just even minor day jobs. And, our teachers, nurses, administrators, paras, everybody comes together on this committee. So it's been a big investment of time and certainly for me, but I think for many, learning that's gone on. So I just, want to acknowledge that and recognize it. And then the other thing I just maybe want to say is I'm speaking for myself as a member of this committee, but I think it represents the views of at least quite a few people. And I think it helped us to reach this recommendation, like why did we want to join? Not just what are the questions about some of the details, but why did we want? You've all heard this, I think, but we get to maintain control over our plan design as a self-funded as a self-funded plan, and we get to do design and claims management. So we're keeping a lot of what we've worked so hard to build up and to create, I think, over time. We will also likely gain access to elements that are being negotiated by Bridged, and we've already heard about the multiplier of Medicare that could add value for plan members. So there's we get to keep our own, and there's potential for value adding. John just mentioned this. Joining will pool our stop loss insurance as well as our pharmacy and administrative costs. We will likely realize some savings from the first of these, the stop loss pooling. It may be, for the short term anyway, a financial wash in the other two areas, the RX and administrative costs. But the longer term goal, as you've heard people say, is to gain more stability and predictability in premiums. And also the fact that the structure of Bridged Health is designed specifically for public schools and their employees, which John just spoke to at the just recently here. So yeah, and many of our concerns that we were concerned, there were good questions about long-term financial solvency of the trust. There were concerns about aspects of Bridged terms that are still in process of being finalized. And now you have these fabulous numbers of members and districts with which to negotiate those terms with healthcare providers across the state. So some of the details were still out there, and that made it difficult for us to say yes when we kind of knew the terms that we were dealing with our own plan. And then we have a 5-year commitment once we decide to enter. So those were some of the things that were creating concerns, as well as others. Our consultants also gave us a lot of information and a lot of things to think about during this process. So I just wanted to kind of go through some of those things to highlight them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other thing to say? All right. Oh, Trustee Heffern.
I just want to make a bit of a global statement. As we live in these times where public schools are struggling a bit, and especially from the financial perspective of both state and national funding, the legislature stuck its neck out a little bit to put that money out there. And we needed to be super careful that we benefited. But on the other hand, it's really nice to be knowing that it's going to help us and to be part of that pool and not leave that money on the table so that it could be construed as, well, you know, I guess you don't really need the money. So I am really happy with the way it came out, both locally and statewide.
If we're going to make a global statement, I would just say we've talked about how long this took and all the meetings and all the consideration, but that's what it looks like when government's really working. And government's not entertaining, as evidenced by this process.
I do
It's
what I can.
not supposed to be. It's not entertainment. All right. Anything else? All those in favor?
Maybe next steps. So as I read through this, the formal contract language outlines these contingencies and be developed by Helena Public Schools legal team. So that's our next step. This now goes on, and obviously we've worked with our legal counsel enough to know that there'll be some ideas and opinions and how this is going to be developed. And so we will now move this forward upon approval and have a legal team draft it and bring it back with these 3 contingencies in place. Their language may look a little different as she is going to advise us to move forward through this, but that's our next step upon approval. Fair?
If her recommendations differ in language from what we're approving tonight, then who wins?
Well, this, you will approve the scope of what she will draft this language.
Okay. All right. I understand.
You have 3 contingencies that they will need to put together for us.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if as she is reviewing, or they are reviewing, and they feel it's important to include, I'll just give an example. One of the contingencies was that the trust be validated, you know, in some of the other
Districts.
AA districts. Well, we talked about that contingency and we thought that it seems kind of, you know,
Right.
beside the point. So we didn't include that. But if she comes up with an additional contingency, so it's to your point, Jennifer, that she feels is essential to sort of safeguard our plan financially, legally. So then what?
Great question. The way I see that enroll is that we bring that recommendation into or suggestion from legal counsel back to the committee. At that point, they would approve to move forward with that recommendation from legal counsel. That would come back, that I would want it to come back to this full board.
Okay.
But if it stays within this,
Correct.
3
Yeah,
contingencies.
what I see in front of me is that there are 3 contingencies that she needs to build language around. If there's an obstacle and there's an aha moment, that recommendation we're going to adhere to. We won't deny the fact that she has a concern, and so that we'll bring that back to the Health Benefits Committee.
Okay.
We will review it there, and it'll be their responsibility to bring that back as a recommendation back to the full board.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Yeah.
that response.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, it's a good question just to
Sure.
kind of wonder how it would work.
We should probably vote before this goes back to the committee. All right. Any other questions or comments from anyone? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
I thank you guys, and as Ms. Kirsten Roush said, you guys do a fabulous job. I appreciate all you guys' time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Consideration of approval of a sabbatical for 26, 27.
All right, I'd like to ask, here, Dr. Alberts, would you mind leading us through this next item?
Can I wait until 9 o'clock on the dot?
You can. Pumpkin time. All right,
right, we ready?
we are ready. Thank you.
Chair McKee, trustees, thank you for having me here this evening. I have the privilege of speaking on behalf of the New Professionalism Committee, excuse me. One of the charges of this committee is to review yearly sabbatical applications, and we have a lovely time doing so. It's a fun group, and it's really an honor to be able to review all the work that our teachers put in and the thoughts they have to extend their learning and be able to give back. So as you review what's in front of you, the committee is bringing forth a request to approve the sabbatical put forward and crafted by Erica McMillan. She had a beautiful application. She's requesting a 1-semester sabbatical for the spring of 2027 to strengthen her skills in consensus building. She'll be working with Diane Groves, who provided a really great letter of recommendation to be working with her. In addition to building her skills and some materials for us to hopefully be using in conflict resolution with not only our students, but strengthen her skills as a school psychologist in facilitating parent communication, meetings, and so forth. So upon returning, she would like to and intends to share her learning by providing professional support through presentations, consultation, and practical tools and resources to help our teams strengthen collaborative problem-solving systems. Again, she had 3 strong letters of recommendation, and being able to work with Ms. McMillan, I can attest to the fact that her professionalism is second to none, and she is very valued. So we look forward to hopefully having you approve our recommendation. Any questions?
Let's see how far. Do you want? Oh, Trustee Butcher.
So totally separate. I think this is great. Love this. One concern, I know when we've had school psychologists on maternity leave or that sort of thing in the past, that there's been challenges in terms of caseload and that sort of thing. Have we thought about that?
We will be working with Ms. Carter to figure out how we can support the caseload in her absence.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions? I think this is awesome. I would entertain a motion if there's no other questions or comments.
Chair McKee. I move approval of the sabbatical for the 26-27 school year for Miss Erica McMillan.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on the motion? Is there any board comment? No.
It takes a lot of time and energy to sit down and craft an application to do this, and a lot of creative thinking. So any questions for?
If I get a vote, thank you.
Yeah.
It was very thought-provoking and inspiring, and I have the same concerns, but I'm willing to put those aside and trust the process and embark on new adventures for at least a little period of time.
Can I also say, I just think this is an exciting thing that you're going to be working more with Diane Groves and,
Yes.
you know, bringing even more of that back in to our district. That's
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
All right,
Ready.
moving on.
School calendar.
Our Mr. McKay has now organized and orchestrated how many school calendars in your life? And you answer that in a second. This is a most anticipated conversation throughout the community. This is the one that everyone's always waiting for. And so I also think that you have a record pace on this one as well, Mr. McKay. So how many years have you been doing this? And then what's that record pace?
Yeah, I don't know how many years, but I could tell you a story.
It is 9 o'clock.
Oh, I'm sensing a little bit
The
of,
stories for 9:30, shall we?
Yeah, remember Rusko, our friends over here already.
yeah. Okay. First off, thank you for allowing me to come before you, Chair, Trustees, Superintendent, to present the committee's recommendation for the calendar for the 26-27 school year. Members of the committee are Thomas Beatty, Jane Shawn, Gary Myers, Leanne Wilson, Chelsea Kingston, Justine Alberts, Brian Kessler, Joyce Franzen, Starsha Fredrickson, Lisa George, and myself. I think it's important to acknowledge the amount of people that go into working together collectively to come through and deliver this calendar. I'll go through a couple things, but Brock, first I wanted to ask you a question. What's a calendar's favorite fruit? Gary, what do you think?
Dates.
A date. Yep. So. Yeah, right. Okay. So government can be fun, Miss Chair McKee. And our committee strives to have fun. There's going to be more nuances in the middle of the presentation just because we can keep it light. Okay, so calendars. How long have I been working on a calendar? Well, I was born February 29th.
Oh, that's right. That's a hard question for
It
you to
is.
answer then,
So,
isn't it?
you know, it
That's
has a
right.
lot to do with probably why I grew up to be a math teacher, figuring out why I didn't always have a birthday, and that it had some significant reason. You know, yeah, so I'm thinking 53 of them that I've been working on. But anyways, so this calendar. A lot of the time, our district tries to start off with a 3, 4, 5 start, meaning 3 school days at the beginning of the year, then 4-day Labor Day, and then a 5th full day week after Labor Day. This calendar doesn't do well for that. They come in a cycle where it isn't always going to be the recipe that we could do that. If we were to do a 3, 4, 5, we would start school so much later that we would end up in the middle of June. That had no interest with folks once you look at it. So we went with the 3, 5, 4 start, which isn't always preferred, but everybody kind of knows this process is a process of concessions. We're trying to make elementary happy, middle school happy, high school happy, parents happy, be predictable in the community with their academic schedule, those kinds of things. So then after you start on your beginning, then you roll into, you have your conference days in October, then you have a classic Thanksgiving. This calendar lends itself to a 2-week Christmas break, holiday winter break. Our change a few years ago was in that middle of January, end of January, at the end of 3rd quarter for a high school, end of 2nd quarter, for a high school, and beginning of 3rd quarter, we do 2 4-day school weeks. That really helped out the elementary with education because it was a 3.5-day kind of a week in an elementary, and people felt like you couldn't get things started, and before you got things started, things were over. So 2 4-day weeks is a better option in January. We're going to stick with that a little longer because it's not ideal for high school. That we might always stay with that, but it's better for elementary. So it's an example of give and take. We have to do something along those lines. Then we have President's Day off. You have your classic week-long spring break in the between the 3rd and 4th quarter, right near the end of March, something that Helen has kind of grown to depend on where spring break occurs. Then here comes the difference. A lot of the time, or sometimes, we added a random day off in the 4th quarter. because we want a 3-day finish in high schools for semester tests. We did a semester test that's a 2-day week recently, and that wasn't well received. It just doesn't work as well cramming, and you could probably relate. We heard the trustees talking about it. We had heard, the student rep trustees talking about it, maybe the meeting before, but our committee was already on to that it's not ideal. We tried it. We don't want to stay with that. So to get that 3-day ending of the school year for semester test, really have to take another day of non-attendance or no school day. We've had it on that no school day in to match maybe like an April 20th. Which might have magically matched an Easter holiday, or on the end of a winter break to make it a 2-week one, we could add an extra day off. This really doesn't allow for that. So the idea that we're going to give credit to somebody, maybe next year, depending on how this day goes in the community, it's kind of a joke, but that May 28th, we're going to take that off as a snow day or makeup day if needed. That May 28th is a it's a day where we incur a lot of absences in our district. Usually matches some state activities. It's difficult to get subs, that kind of thing. So we're making Memorial Day weekend a little bit bigger. Instead of putting the random day off in the end of April where nobody knows why it was sitting there, we're choosing to put it on May 28th. With that. So that's really the kind of the nuts and bolts of how the calendar comes together with what we were working on this year. Okay.
I might add that Mr. McKay is downplaying this. If you've ever been involved in a school calendar and in creation of a school calendar, they're never created equal. There are parameters in which you need to live in: start dates, end dates, semester, county fairs in some places, that how the buses are going to run, but making sure that it's consistent, which it never is. You'll have some years that your Christmas or your winter break will be short of a 2-week, and sometimes it's a full. You have parameters around your spring break that has to be 5 days, and it can't be anything less. And so when you put all of that together and try to impose that on a calendar that's going to meet the needs of high school all the way to kindergartners, it never is going to be one that everyone can abide to. But consensus has it, and this is a large committee that you named off, that this is a peer group that said this is the calendar for this year, and it's going to look different next year, and it'll look different the following year. So good work. This is not an easy task by any means.
The calendar last year, after this one was approved, started working on this year's calendar. So then the time we took in midwinter to come up with this one, we didn't have to spend as much time because we did the work in the spring. So we had 4 versions of calendars coming out, and we'll continue that. We'll work on it this spring, get pretty far, and then we'll pick it up again next year to get you a calendar. What is the difference between a mathematician and a calendar? I'm a mathematician. What's the difference between a mathematician and a calendar? Yep, you could pick on yourself. So come on, the calendar has dates. And then, all right, yep. And then in February called it wants its short jokes back.
We will purposely build agendas for Mr. McKay to visit us late in the evenings.
Well, that was amazing. I've always heard that the calendar committee is the most fun committee. And I mean, you're selling it, guys. You are selling it tonight. I think even the folks from Amoresco are glad that they got to sit through this. I mean, they were
We will soon find out.
at about 8, but they're like, no, you trust the process. It all makes sense. We're going to be here for the calendar committee. Well done. It's a ton of work. And like you said, this is honestly, after COVID and school closure, this calendar is the number one thing you get asked about.
Absolutely.
Everyone gets to have a feeling about it. Everyone questions it.
Post it.
And there is no way to do it perfectly. And you guys come pretty darn close every year. So I appreciate all the work that goes into it, all the compromise. It's masterful. Is there any board questions for Mr. McKay or anyone else? Are there any jokes for Mr. McKay or anyone else?
No.
All right. I'd entertain a motion for the approval of the district calendar.
Chair McKee, I move that we approve the calendar committee proposal for the 26-27 school year.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
Wonderful. We've got a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on the motion? Thank you. Is there any board comment on the motion? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
And on a side note, communications, Taylor will have that posted tomorrow.
Amazing.
So you can
Well
let them
done.
know. Next, it's already posted. Excellent.
All right, Mr. Verrill.
All right, I'd like to call Facilities Director, Mr. Verrill, up for a very important movement in our district.
Good evening, Todd Verrill. I know you don't recognize me because I'm wearing a tie. I don't have any jokes either, fortunately. Never been able to remember jokes. I don't know why. I know one joke, but I'm not going to say it here. Not fit. It's really stupid, actually. Okay, so two things I'm going to talk to you about very briefly tonight. Number one is a lease for a commercial warehouse and equipment yard. I went into great detail yesterday at the committee meeting. If you have questions, just ask me. The bottom line is this, and you didn't see this in the site layout for Helena High, but my yard is being overtaken by the new district kitchen. So we're willing to make that sacrifice, but we've got a bunch of stuff we have to move out of there so they can start construction on this site. So vehicles, equipment, we have 3 warehouses and 4 sheds that have all of our stuff: snow plows, lawnmowers, lifts, pallets,
air compressors,
just everything that we need to operate the district is in that yard, and it has to be moved. And has to be moved relatively quickly too, because we're going to bring in a drill truck very soon to start drilling the location for the foundation so that they can see what the geotechnical report is on that. So I'm asking that you approve a commercial lease. It's in your packet. It's 11 pages long. It's a very standard commercial lease. It was reviewed by our attorney. It is all above board. It's very standard. There's nothing in it that's weird or strange or puts us in a position of risk. The location is 1401 Oak Street, which is about 4 blocks east and 2 blocks north of our current location. It's very close. It's kind of a little bit past Bryant Elementary and then towards the train tracks. It's actually a super convenient location. It's an old warehouse. You know, it's certainly nothing fancy. It's about 5,000 square feet of indoor storage for the most part, and then about 22,000 square feet of outdoor parking areas that we can relocate some of our sheds and then put all of our equipment. We're going to keep our individual work trucks and work vehicles at our site, even when the kitchen is there. We'll have about 15 parking spots total, but everything else will have to go over there. The cost is $5,000 a month, which I know it sounds like a lot, but it's actually a really good deal in Helena. It's for 5 years. We do have an option to extend it 1 year at the end of the lease, and we'll see what happens after that. We have a long-term plan or idea to build a transportation / facilities complex in the future. So that's what we're looking for, but we'll address that later. The owner is CJ Hunt out of Missoula. They actually own some roofing companies, and they recently moved out of that space, and it was just fortuitous that they moved out when we needed a new one. So Rob Brewer talked to those folks, and they were very eager for us to do that. We think we're going to fund this with proceeds from the Ray Bjork building lease, which the building lease brings in about $250,000 a year. But we do have a couple other options as well, whether it's building reserve or the general fund or interlocal. I'll let the smart folks at the table kind of figure out how we're going to do that. But $5,000 a month is not gonna break the bank on anybody's behalf, and plus we don't have any place to put our stuff to get cracking on that kitchen. So I'm asking that you guys approve this commercial lease, we'll have the superintendent sign it if and when you do approve that. And yeah, if you have any questions about any of that, I have a little slide presentation if you want to see it, but I know it's getting late, so we can move on. There's a little diagram where it's located, east and north. Oh, there, look at that. That's my current yard. That's what the new kitchen's going to be like. So you can see they're plopping that thing right on top of where we park all our stuff. So, yep, not going to work. And this is all the stuff we have in there. Well, that's actually not everything because all the trucks are out doing work. So, but
When
there's a
would you
lot of
guys
stuff in
start
there that have
moving
to
in?
go
Sorry, when would you guys start moving in? Like
tomorrow.
kind of situation? Oh,
Stu-
okay.
As soon as the lease is signed.
Yeah, no, the lease will start on the 1st of March. So depending on the weather, Rob will start on the 1st of March if this is approved.
Yeah.
Any questions about this lease and our ask?
Oh, trustee Myers.
I'd just like to thank you, Todd, yesterday. Good conversations. I know it took more time than you wanted, but it helped me understand the whole purpose and the financing of it. So thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
And I got my daughter to her eye doctor's appointment on time, so no issue.
I hope you did, yeah.
I would always defer the fact that if there's a question to Mr. Verrill, anybody on my team, if they're not comfortable, they can always push that back to me at any time, or you can reach out to me as well.
Sometimes I just don't know, and I'll just tell you straight up, I don't know the answer, but I'll get it for you if you really want it.
Yeah, so this is asked that this will be approved as submitted. Super important for us to be able to clear that land, that lot, and not necessarily flop, but we're going to actually construct a new building on that place, and it's going to be a district kitchen, and we're looking forward to that. Todd needed a space also that will lend itself to be able to have a lawnmower that can drive to and from sites, and in some of the places that we're looking at away from the city, it's a long way. So we'd have to trailer lawnmowers. We'd have to trailer things back into town. So that doesn't make a lot of sense for us right now. Remember that we have talked a little around a 5-year commitment. I didn't want anything longer than that because I do believe that we're going to have something in the near future, but not soon enough. So this is a temporary fix to a long-term solution I think is coming down the pipe. We will run this probably out of the 115 account, which is the flex count. Ray Bjork proceeds come out of that, and that's most likely where we'll bring that from. Sam and I will figure that out at the end, but most likely that's coming out of the 115 account. So I would ask that you would approve as submitted.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Yes.
Chair McKee, I move that we approve the commercial facilities warehouse lease as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second? All right, we've got a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on the motion? Thank you. Is there any board comment on the motion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion passes 7-0. All right, 5 years and 4 hours later, we've got Amoresco
All right.
up next.
Yes, very exciting.
I know.
Well put. It has been 5 years of waiting right in that seat.
The next thing I have for you, and I'm going to ask Mr. Solon to come up here in a second, but it is a resolution for the board, and it's spelled out in there. But essentially, the reason I'm bringing him up here one last time is because we've never done this before, and I want everyone to be comfortable with the fact that we are entering to an agreement with Amoresco for an energy performance contract to be executed over the next 2 years, and that it is in compliance with Montana code. Our legal folks have looked at it. It's all above board. Everything's good to go. And this resolution declares that the district intends to use Amoresco, which is a qualified energy savings provider, for energy performance contracting services, and enter into a phased energy service agreement. Phase meaning it's 2 phases this year and next year, and he'll explain all that. If approved, the superintendent will be able to sign that tomorrow when I get it sent, when Mr. Solon sends it over to me, and then we can start on this process. I'm really excited about this, and without further ado, I'm going to introduce again Mr. Brian Solon. He's the Vice President of Business Development for Amoresco, and he's also a professional engineer. So He knows what he's talking about. He's been a wonderful partner for us. And do you still have kids in the district? Still has kid in the district. So without further ado, let's bring him up here. Thanks.
This might be Helena's first time of an energy performance contract, but it's not my first time. Brian and I have been able to work together in other projects, and the professionalism and the expertise that he brings to the table is valued. So we appreciate you here in this role in Helena Public Schools. So also tell us what's the scope of work.
So, Madam Chair, members of the board, thanks for having me. Brian Solon, Amoresco. Real quick, Amoresco, National Energy Services Company. We focus on energy projects, and that's really it. We do about $2 billion in construction every year. So big company. We opened an office about 15 years ago. You mentioned 5 years we've been working on this. I think shortly after we opened that office, we presented to this board 15 years ago. And I made this joke in the facilities. It was at the same time we moved to color photos for the superintendents. So real quick, kind of our core Montana team, Josh Routson, our lead engineer, Corey Talbot, our account exec, Baxter Furman, our construction manager that'll kind of handle the day-to-day implementation. But energy savings performance contracting, we've been active in Montana. The statute's been in Montana 20 years, done a lot of projects over a number of districts, as Rex mentioned, Polson and Kalispell and Anaconda and Livingston and Havre. And so it's been an effective tool to address energy and deferred maintenance. This one's a little unique in the maintenance and building reserve funds, and we'll kind of get to that a little bit. And maybe I'll just have Corey real quick kind of go through the process a bit.
That works great. Thanks.
Yeah, you can go to the next slide. Thank you.
That mic is a little hard to pick up on, so you might want to get a little closer. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. So I'm just going to give a broad stroke of what ESPC is. It stands for Energy Savings Performance Contracting. It is an alternative form of construction and design delivery. It has an extra layer that adds a little bit of value to it. Essentially, what that extra layer is an IGA, which is what we call a investment grade audit. And so basically what we're doing is we are looking at your guys' deferred maintenance list, and we're taking a comprehensive look at all of your facilities, and we are trying to identify the savings. And so through those savings, we're going to monetize that savings and actually fund your facility renewal. Those savings kind of go into 3 different buckets. You have your utility conservation measures. Those are your gas, fuel oil, electricity, water, your maintenance and operations savings, which is what it takes for you guys to maintain and operate your facilities. And then your capital savings, which is what are the savings if you do this project now and rather than in the next 20 years. And so there's inflationary and construction cost savings that are accrued through that. So last summer, we entered an agreement with the district to perform our investment grade audit for you guys. That has recently been completed. And we plan on going into phase 1, which would be the implementation of, actually you can go to the next slide and I'll go over what phase 1 and phase 2 look like. In the red there, this is what we are planning to do for phase 1, and that is for 2026. That is going to be a complete lighting retrofit of the elementary school district. There's going to be a retro commissioning portion of this phase and a boiler plant replacement for your guys' Warren School. And then, like I said, Fort Georgians, 4Gs is a retro commissioning effort where that is also considered a energy conservation measure where there will be savings. The second phase is the rest of your guys' elementary school district, essentially. So full HVAC upgrade and boiler upgrade for Fort Georgians, Broadwater, Rossiter, and Lincoln. There's also some temperature upgrades where you guys are going to have cooling in your guys' facilities, and some controls upgrades. So I'll hand it back to, that's the broad stroke. Brian can get into more of the numbers. Hopefully this context will allow you to understand the numbers a little bit better.
So before you move on from there, kind of that list of buildings and projects, as you guys know, facility staff, Todd and Rob, they are completely jam-packed for the next 3, 4, maybe 5 years on this construction. So the reality is most of these projects wouldn't happen until at a minimum after that. And realistically for them to manage it, one or a project every other year was kind of the thought process. So by doing that and the timeline, some of these projects would extend out 15 years. If you look at inflationary costs, roughly 5.3% over the last 15 years, a project doubles in cost in every 13 years. So by the time we get to some of these, they'll be twice as expensive. So by pulling this forward and financing this through some innovative financing through energy performance contract, it actually saves the district on the order of 10 million over the course by doing it in a more traditional way. You want to jump to that next one, maybe? So this is the kind of the cost breakdown and some of the just pure energy utility savings that are associated. You know, the phase 1 is this year, the top number lighting at all the buildings that don't have LED lighting in the elementary district. Boiler plant at Warren, retro commissioning at 4Gs. And then at the bottom there, it has a design effort, and that's really the design effort for all of those HVAC and boilers at all the other buildings in phase 2. So we're going to do that full detailed design effort over the next 6 months. We're going to come back to you in September with the final design layouts, final pricing, and a final financing package for the phase 2, hopefully in that September timeframe for the phase 2 of next year, which will be scheduled for the 27 construction.
Brian, if we go back, Gary, sorry about that. I think it's important to note that on the Warren and or any one of our elementary schools that we have in our master facility plan and for future upgrades and or rebuilds, Warren comes to mind. I mean, that's one of those that's coming at it. So you would ask yourself, you know, why would we put money into a building that may not stand? We've asked Ameresco to make sure that anything we put in there is a plug and play that can be pulled out and put into a newer building. So we want to make sure that we have the access to take new equipment and plug it in if we had to.
Exactly. Great point, Rex. Maybe jump to that next one again. Other way. There we go. So this is kind of just a very broad stroke graphic of kind of how we would fund the second phase of the project. So traditionally, you've got about a $3 million a year building reserve fund. In order to fund these projects, those gray bars are, you know, half of that, 1.5 million a year that would go to projects essentially. The other half would go to operations, maintenance, general maintenance, that type of work. So as those funds build on that blue line, the funds build, you do a project, the red, the negative. That's a project, you know, and we tried to prioritize these according to the facilities master plan. First priority would be Warren. Funds build again, you do 4Gs. Funds build Broadwater, kind of in that method. If you look at that, it's very, so that being said, at the end of that term, there's, you know, budgeting 1.5 million. At the end of that term, there's about 2.4 million in that budget of half of your building reserve fund. And that assumes about a 5.3% escalation, and that's a 15-year average construction over the past 15 years. Maybe jump to the next one, show a little different method of that. So our approach here is to use a little bit more of that building reserve in the first 2 years, this year and next year, 2 million a year. We implement both projects and we finance the remainder of those projects. That finance payment on the remainder of those projects equates to, in this model, about $850,000 a year. So about 25% of your building reserve budget over the next 15 years. And that blue line escalating ends at about the same value, about $2.4 million using that. Additionally, you've got about $9 million in savings in construction by putting those projects up front. Additionally, you're moving the ball forward on not only energy, but indoor air quality, occupant comfort at all these elementary schools that aren't being touched with bond dollars. So it's a bit of an equity project as well. And I think that might be it for us. Yep. that's kind of the overview. Like I said, we will do that full design, get the full phase 2 construction pricing, and come back to you with that financing option in the September timeframe.
Any questions? Trustee Butcher.
Thank you. I see in that funding could potentially come from grant programs.
Correct.
Yeah. Would that include like programs through the Department of Environmental Quality? I know they have something in the works
Well,
right
you
now.
just teed that up for me.
Great.
That was perfect. So included in those projects, when we're doing a major boiler retrofit, we're tearing into walls, we're looking at piping. Additionally, is it Warren and Broadwater? Warren and Rossiter that have lead. So there are some DEQ funds available to do that now. So we would include that, and that's a pure 100% paid for through DEQ. So we've been budgeting those funds on the order of about 1.5 million to do that, to eliminate the lead in those 2 buildings. So
I know they have a public entity, something or other that they haven't started yet, but will soon. So it's like a new loan program that they're considering.
Oh, okay.
But it's
DEQ?
it's on the horizon.
All right.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Any
Questions?
Any other questions? Amazing.
You know,
Um,
I think from a perspective of a staff member or a teacher in buildings that have the tube lighting, the fluorescence, the flickering, the buzzing, there's as you said, an equity, but we are touching other buildings and other buildings are left behind, if you so to speak. So this is really important. It's forward thinking. It's really ambitious, but also I've got Todd and Rob taxed right now, and they wouldn't, like we said, we would not been able to pull this off in the next 5 years. And so having Amoresco and then just run it for us is really valuable, not only for that, but it's also good for kids and staff in those buildings. So I'm thankful for this. I really think it's high time that we address some of the needs in all of our buildings. So I'd ask that you approve.
Yeah, this is a bit more of a comment, but also a question. You know, those of us that have been on the board for a while, we've had these bigger outlays of cash, and we kind of worked ourselves into a really difficult spot. So I think it's always a good idea to say, you know, do we feel comfortable with this amount of spending? So like, what do we have in the interlocal, and is that, you know, are you comfortable with that amount of spending, you know, going forward?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. And we did ask that yesterday, but I thought it was good to ask it at a board level.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Do we have we had a motion and a comment, right? No.
No motion.
All right.
No.
Unbelievable. And hour 5, you start getting a little loopy.
Next thing you'll be telling jokes.
Uh-oh.
If there's no more questions from the board, I'd entertain a motion.
I move that we we approve the energy contracting resolution with the Amoresco as lined up with the resolution in front of us.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, you have it, Sean.
Okay, you get the next
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on the motion? Is there any board comment on the motion? Yes.
Just want to give a shout out to Amoresco. It seems like 15 years. So finally the persistence. Yeah. Way to stick it out, man.
And piggybacking on that, I think some of your employees might have been still in their K-12 journey when this started.
Yeah.
But I'm glad we could wrap it up. All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Right. Wait, you guys are leaving? We're just getting to policy. What are you doing?
For the record, that's 4:10.
4:10. Far from 7:15.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. All right. So
Yeah. Does it? I don't want to stop, but does anyone have to go to the bathroom? All right. Get behind that mic.
Okay.
Strike while the iron's hot.
Okay. All right. So these are all policies you've seen before. We're bringing back to you for action. So the first one you should all be very familiar with, 1020 school board elections, since most of you probably had to take some form of action by Monday. This one updates the policy to reflect changes to candidate filing deadlines and withdrawal notices. School elections must be called 145 days before a regular election, but can be amended until 70 days prior to the election. A period of 70 days to call for a special election, and ballot certification must occur not less than 40 days before the election. Exciting stuff. Again, you've seen this before. We didn't have any further comment about it at policy committee other than reminding folks to go take the appropriate action by the deadline.
All right. Is there any questions from Ms. L? I'd entertain a motion if there's no more questions.
Chair McKee, I move that we approve policy 1020 as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. We've got a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on the motion? Is there any board comment on the motion? Oh, nope.
no,
Oh,
I'm
all
good.
right. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
All right. Next policy you have in front of you is policy 2103, religion and religious activities. Due to House Bill 343, this requires, instead of just permitting a district to release a student from school at the request, at least annually, of the parent for not less than 1 hour per week for formal religious instruction. This does not impact in calculation of the A and B for that student. A district could award credit for the instruction. HPS chose not to provide that. So again, this is something you've seen before you. We did some grammatical cleanup in lines 26 and 27. And again, it's just primarily changing that may to a shall.
Thank you. Is there any question from the board? I'd entertain a motion for religion and religious activities.
I move for the approval of policy 2103, religion and religious activities as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. There's this motion and a second. Is there any public comment on the motion? Thank you. Is there any board comment? I just quickly pipe in that having raised both my children inside the framework of religion, I have experienced no conflict. But I'm glad we're just going to formalize that with this laborious change to our policy manual. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
All right. It's fun, the things we get to put in policy, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
God bless you.
Yeah.
That wasn't meant. Wasn't
It should really help kind of shape the rest of
Yeah.
participation.
Yes. As I was telling my son the other day, there's a reason things are put in writing. So we do what we need to do. He was studying for hunter safety and he's like, really? You had to put that in writing? I'm like, well, evidently somebody must have done that at some point. Anyway, we're moving on. I don't have the jokes that Mr. McKay has, but I have stories. Yes, exactly. Sorry. All right, policy 2165, early literacy targeted intervention program. This one was amended due to a veto in legislature, so that there is not funding received for students. So that's why we removed language on lines 33 through 35. Otherwise, it just provides for our intervention program for scholastic and mathematical standards. So reading and math proficiencies. So again, this is just to align with House bill, but language that was voted down. Clear as mud, sorry.
They giveth and they taketh away.
there it is. It's a consensus process. This is government at its finest.
So we originally had it in there because it was in law, and then they made the change, and now we have to take it out. Okay.
Correct. Glad you followed that convoluted path.
Veto.
Right. Is there any questions from the committee? All right, I entertain a motion.
I move that we approve policy 2165 early literacy targeted intervention programs.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second.
Ooh. I'm gonna give it to Trustee Myers, but you stay fresh, okay? We got plenty more. Is there any?
We've got plenty of opportunity.
Right. Is there any public comment on the motion? Is there any board comment on the motion? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Are you saying people are not
passes
tuned in to comment on policy?
7-0.
Okay.
Moving on, early equal educational opportunities.
Okay. So this one was an interesting one. This permits school districts and MHSA to prohibit participation of a homeschool student in extracurricular activities based upon the student either not being a U.S. citizen or resident of the state of Montana. So we talked about some stories about why this came to be and some loopholes that were trying to be closed as we had folks maybe from Canada that would travel around to different schools to participate in the wrestling club or wrestling activities. And so this is to tighten some of those loopholes of how people participate to try to. Yeah. Again, things you have to put in writing, you wouldn't think you'd have to.
I was grappling to understand, but not anymore.
There's the why.
We're wrestling up here tonight. Okay. If there's no more questions, I would entertain a motion. Jump in there.
Oh, I thought you. I'm sorry. I move that we approve policy 3000 as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Wonderful. We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on the motion? Is there any board comment on the motion? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Policy 3410, student health / physical screenings examinations.
Yes, so this is more with parental rights. This requires that a district provide parents with notice of their right to opt out of physical or mental health screenings or surveys and to be notified of the results of any such screenings. It does not apply to threat assessments, which are not screenings, but rather measures taken for disciplinary and safety purposes.
So I got a question, and it occurred while we were talking about 3410, not 2020. So do we have to re-examine? Because we're trying to consider like the opt-in for the mental health screenings. That's a newer thing with 2020, but then 3410 is the opt-out, which also includes mental health screening. So I don't know. My brain is dead, but I feel like they're.
So this was parents or eligible students will be given the opportunity to opt out of physical or mental health screenings, and that they'll be notified of the results. The prior one, 2020, talked about an opt out of any personal analysis that does not require personally identifiable information. We can take this back to committee to get clarification. This was what was provided by our attorney, but we will take it back and get clarification. Yeah.
You remember how that unfolded in policy?
Can the statement be reset? know if I was following.
So that, so 3410 talks about parents will have an opt-out option, but it seems to maybe be contradictory to policy 2020 we just presented for information, which said a parent has to opt in to anything that requires personally identifiable information. So we just want to get clarity that the two policies are aligning.
I mean, we looked at 3410 first, I think.
We did,
before
yes.
The policy, so.
Yeah, we reviewed this back in November. So.
Makes sense for us to run this back up with
Yeah.
via.
Because then I'm also wondering, does the statute have that contradiction?
More likely than not, yes.
So I just
Yeah,
am
let's-
interested to see how that then
I'm not in
determines
a
what our
super
language
big hurry
is.
to.
Yeah.
Let's loop this back through.
Yep.
Maybe we can choose opt in or opt out, you think?
I don't think so. Not,
I don't.
well, mental health is different than
Yeah.
sex ed. And so, yeah, let's
And-
bring that back.
And I think the procedure here is, since this is an item for action, we do have to act on it. We can't just leave it.
Correct.
Is that correct? So we'll have to vote to table it.
Correct.
Yeah, so that would be the motion, is to table this one.
Yeah,
If we're,
I can.
you
I
feel,
can move it.
all right. you
I
move to
move,
table?
yeah, I move that we table policy 3410.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Go ahead. Stay fresh.
I've been seconding a lot. It's
All right. Trustee Satry, you got a second? All right. Is there any public comment on the motion? Any board comment on the motion? All right. All those in favor of tabling decision on policy 3410 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Moving on, use of video monitoring equipment.
Okay. Sorry, I was just double checking my notes to make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay. All right. This is one you've seen before. We modified the language on lines 26 through 30 to try to make things more clear that neither a staff member or a volunteer may make an audio or video recording of a student without the permission of a parent, except when the event is open to the public. We made some further strikes on the recommendation of council to clarify that events open to the public include but are not limited to public performances, athletic competitions without parental permission. We did strike rehearsals or practices, as that seemed like that could create more controversy. So again, just trying to tighten this up to make it as clean as possible so that it's understood where and where not a video recording could be made without parental permission.
Are there any questions for? Yes, go ahead.
I see that surveillance in a classroom is crossed out, but does that mean that?
We wanted to make it clear that it wasn't related simply to the classroom. It could be a gym, it could be in a hallway, probably not a hallway, but basically it wasn't restricted to a traditional classroom setting. Basically anywhere where instruction's being taught, that there cannot be recordings made without parental consent.
Right.
How about in a hallway, like for security? Is that?
We do have cameras for security purposes, but again, there shouldn't be any instruction going on. So we have the video surveillance with no sound for safety reasons. Yes.
Trustee Satry.
This is, again, just a language thing, but.
I'm going to have you proof all these first, Ms.
No,
Satry.
On line 29 and 30.
Yeah.
Events open to the public include but are not limited to public performances and athletic competitions. Shouldn't that be a period there? Because otherwise it's without parental permission.
What line are you on, Kay?
I'm on line 29 and 30. I just wondered if you also meant to cross out without parental permission.
No, they did not. It should have been, but are not limited to public performances or athletic competitions without parental permissions.
Doesn't explicitly say that it can be used for safety and security, though. Is that necessary, or does it?
Video cameras.
So it's up above earlier in the policy. Video cameras will be used to ensuring behavior in school property is consistent with established safety and conduct rules, et cetera, et cetera. Cameras will be utilized to monitor activity in common areas such as hallways and parking lots. Only employees authorized by the superintendent may use and or monitor the video surveillance system.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank
Yeah.
you.
No, great questions.
Here, did that answer your question, or is it still a wordsmith?
I'm not sure what's without parental permission in that last, events open to the public without parental permission? Maybe I just don't understand. Are not limited to public performances and athletic competitions without parental.
Oh, I see what you're
I
saying.
just don't know what it refers to.
I see.
It seems like you're defining what events open to the public are.
Correct. Now I'm tracking. Yeah.
I'm not sure if it needs to be in there, if that's a certain
I
kind
can
of.
take it back to the policy committee again.
Or
I thought I had it right, but we'll take it back. We want
I
to get it
don't want you
right.
to have to
We
do
want to
that,
get it
so
right.
It's okay.
to take it back.
Nope, we'll take it back.
It's an easy one.
Yep. I tried to make it more clear and I still didn't get it right, so we'll take it back. Not a problem.
Yeah, we'll be all right with that.
No,
Not
I
a
move that
problem.
we
You
table.
just wanted to see it again.
Oh, are we ready
if
for
it
a
comes
motion?
back around, it won't be at 10 o'clock at night. All right, so let's table that one. I entertain a motion to table policy 3970 or a decision on policy 3970.
I move to table policy
97.
3097.
The dyslexia comes out as the night goes on. Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Oh, second goes to trustee Sattery. All those in favor? Oh, is there any public comment on the motion? Is there any board comment on the motion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, display of flags and banners.
Yes, everyone's favorite policy. This is one you've seen before. We did bring this back to add on lanes 22 and 23 that this policy does not apply to personal clothing, jewelry, or accessories worn by district employees. We had that in the employee handbook, but again, we wanted to make it explicitly clear in policy.
Any questions?
It'd be nice to table
All right.
I bet you if y'all looked hard enough, there might be something. I don't know. I know. I appreciate that. Yeah.
You can flag this for another. Oh, good one. All right. Let's not tread on this any more than we have to.
Oh my God.
Are there any questions for Ms. Mizell? All right. Without any questions, I would entertain a motion to approve policy 4332, display of flags and banners on district property.
I move to approve policy 4332 as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion and a second. Is there any public comment on the motion? Is there any board comment? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion passes 7-0.
All right, employment and assignment. This is really housekeeping. We, to be in a compliance with House Bill 226, we added specific language that identified that we would verify employees' eligibility to work in the United States. This is something everybody was already doing. We just had to call it out specifically. And then we added legal references that does provide state penalties for failing to comply with the requirements and gives the Montana Department of Labor and Industry subpoena power to determine compliance. Again, not unusual or uncommon, just legal updates and housekeeping.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Is that a practice that we follow already?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, as I said, it was just really more of a housekeeping that we had to specifically state that we would be in compliance with the federal law when we do our I-9s that ensure that employees are eligible to work in the United States. The most significant was, again, giving that subpoena power to Montana Department of Labor and Industries.
All right. I would entertain a motion if there are no more questions.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
We've got a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on the motion? Is there any board comment? Right. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
Our last riveting one.
Good.
All right, so termination of employment. Again, this was one that did have some conversation. You'll notice the only addition was the legal citation. Basically, this just talks about the procedural piece that we would need to do in the event of a non-renewal. There was language that was added by House Bill 602 that requires the non-renewal of a non-tenured teacher for financial reasons to be included on the agenda and subject to public comment. We talked about there maybe being some unintended consequences with this House bill, but again, we need to ensure that we're in compliance with it. So again, all you'll see is that legal reference, but we know when we do non-renewal of non-tenured teachers later on this school year, we will comply and bring forward the proper notification.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Wenzel? All right. I would entertain a motion.
Chair McKee, I move that we approve 5075 as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on the motion? Is there any board comment on the motion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Well
Good
done.
Okay,
Good
we'll see
job,
you next
Carrie.
month.
Good work.
Okay. What we've all been waiting for.
I'm wondering.
Mr. Gardefee, take us home.
I don't mean.
Not gonna lie, I didn't think this would end.
Are you doing 2 reports in one?
I think so. I don't see Delaney, so got hers too. Okay. I honestly don't have that much in comparison to other ones, so we're gonna power through. We'll see what Delaney's though. So to start off, second semester is going great for the most part. Our counseling staff has had a lot of work with changing classes, making sure that all the seniors are prepared to graduate. Like if they have any credits that they're missing, like getting them on track, like saying, hey, you need to take this, otherwise you aren't graduating, and all of that fun stuff. Luckily, I am not dealing with that, so I'm really happy with that. And then our academic support center is being of great use. It has been used approximately 2,000 times, and for all of you who do not remember, it was basically the opportunity for students to go in during any period throughout the day and receive help in English or math. This is the first year that we did that, and it's been greatly used. I'm super happy with it. I would have loved to have this in my earlier years. Now I've kind of got more of a hold on the classes I have this year, so I don't need that help, but it's definitely beneficial for those other students, and I would have loved to have it in previous years. Then 2 of our special education teachers are spearheading new projects, including a new club, a new monthly fitness bingo, and possibly more. They're doing this because we are trying to grow our capabilities as a unified champion school, so we appreciate their efforts. I think that a monthly fitness bingo would be really cool. Then on to recognitions now. Congrats to speech and debate, who at state had 3 students who made it to the semifinals or finals event. Really cool with that. I want to say, gosh, 2 weeks ago, more or less, DECA went to state in Missoula. I was there too. This was my first year competing. I got second in 2 of my events. One of them was actually talking about the bond with Mackenzie Groom and Ellie Clancy. So we got second in that. And so now we're going to head to Atlanta, Georgia and go talk about the bond. Yeah. Yeah. So really excited about that. It was a really cool event. Over 890 kids were there. And it's incredible how many like schools like can get like kids into their clubs. I think what's the Kalispell school? Is it Yeah, Flathead. They had 70 kids go to their DECA event, and they have about 100 kids in the club. So I definitely think we need to be taking notes from them on how to integrate more students into clubs. But we also had students like Kate Harden, who placed top 8 in all 3 of her events, and Meadow Brown, who got top 8 in all 3 of her events. Kate received first place in one of her events, third in another, and Meadow received first in one of her events. But it's incredible because since Mr. Askin has been here, like coaching DECA, that is the first people to ever receive first place. And It's honestly just a huge accomplishment. And I don't know if Delaney has that in her speech about how Capital did, but I'm just gonna say it right now. They had one student who got third, I know of, and then Byron Lloyd is a student at Capitol High. He received basically like, I don't know the technical terms on this, but it was like best student or whatever, and the advisors present it, and they basically say why they should receive it, and then all the advisors vote, and he won out of 890 some students that could have been chosen. So it was a really cool accomplishment for him. Super excited. I know him personally. He ran up on the stage, grabbed the trophy instead of shaking all the advisors' hands and all of that. He grabbed it and ran off the stage with it over his head. He was super happy and he really enjoyed it. There's also some pictures I recommend looking. They're hilarious to me. Then our upcoming events, we have a prep assembly tomorrow. There'll be games, and either the vice principals or our principal is going to get slimed. It's a fundraiser for the Angel Fund, so that was really cool. Then we have our 8th grade visit day, February 24th. They'll be led on tours. They'll be able to sign up for clubs. It's a great opportunity. Lots of volunteer hours for different students. It's honestly just a great way to get students excited about the upcoming years. And then on March 2nd, we're also hosting a freshman information night at the gym. Now, on to Delaney's here really quickly.
While you're looking that up.
Do you have any questions?
No questions, but Byron won DECA Montana Member of the Year.
Yes. So I think for our club, because like depending on how you place, you get more people that gets to go. We get to bring 15 people to Atlanta, Georgia. Capital, I think, brings 7, but really cool each way. All right, here we go. I will just be saying exactly what she wrote. Good evening, trustees. As we dive into the third quarter, lots of exciting things are happening at Capitol High. Registration for the 26-27 school year starts this week. Week of February 9th, current 11th graders. Okay, this is going to be a little bit improvised. Week of February 9th, 11th. Week of February 16th, 10th. Week of February 23rd, 9th. RBHI screener. Recently, all students at CHS participated in the RBHI mental health screener. The screener was administered during the second periods by teacher's last name? Okay, whatever. In a span 5 days, students were asked a variety of questions ranging from mental health questions to questions about life outside of school/living situations. National School Counselor Week. Last week was the National School Counselor Week. Thank you to the CHS counseling staff for all the support that they provide to students, parents, and staff. The counselors are busy curating next year's schedules, and it was wonderful to be able to support and celebrate them during this time. Winter Pep Assembly. The annual Winter Pep Assembly took place last week as well. There were a lot of recognitions, student relays, teacher dances, catapult challenge, crowd cheers, cadet and cheer performance, etc. PD during PLC time. Last Monday, teachers participated in professional development created by our SLT team based upon actual literacy examples submitted by other teachers via a Padlet presentation. Each PLC team had to fill out a worksheet as they reviewed examples and submitted them to Mr. Zanto for approval/review. Staff meetings with Slate RTA architects. On January 26th, during this high school teacher records day, each curricular department met with architects to discuss wants/needs with the upcoming building renovation. Later on the 27th, staff had the opportunity to meet with architects during their prep period to further discuss details. Night to Shine, sponsored by DECA chapters at both schools. Get ready to be dazzled by 22 incredibly talented acts. Definitely go. I will be speaking at it. It's going to be good. I will be making a joke. Yeah? 2, actually. I promise I will be the funniest. The 30. You just said, okay. The 33rd annual Night to Shine Helena's premier teen talent show, an unforgettable evening of creativity, passion, and show-stopping performances. February 17th, 7 o'clock, Helena Civic Center. Get your tickets now. Winter Trades Day registration is open for the Helena District. February 24th, Fairgrounds exhibit hall 8 a.m., 4 p.m. Students are provided lunch, and the district is once again covering registration fees. As always, I'm looking forward to a great month ahead. Boo brew.
Thank you. Any questions? Congratulations. Thank you. It's a great report. HEA? Oh, heck yeah. It's take all the time you need.
Oh, don't worry. I got pages. Pages. Okay, so HEA, we are gearing up for our election season. We open nominations next week and close with our general membership meeting in March. The president, first vice president, and several board of director member positions are open. The retirement incentive was well received by teachers across the district, and we were able to provide 23 teachers with this opportunity over the next 2 years. Let's see. I have met with the assistant superintendents to clarify issues about our new professionalism program that include funding, the role of the committee in all parts of the program. And we developed a really clear schedule moving forward, thanks to Justine. She is like the most organized person and puts things in pretty little things. It's really nice. As well, I met with Mr. McKay and Ms. Alberts and found ways to streamline one process pertaining to our pupil instruction related days. And I look forward to continuing that work to clear up as many of our processes as we can. A grassroots campaign, the Respect campaign, has started to benefit our paraeducators and all education support professionals, or ESPs, across the state. Our mission is twofold. First and foremost, to lobby the legislature during these meetings of the Interim Funding Commission to not forget about our paraeducators and other ESPs as they decide on school funding formulas. Our second goal is lobbying to change state law to allow 10-month school district employees to be eligible to file for unemployment benefits during the summer months. Right now, our Helena bus drivers and food service employees are eligible for benefits because they're contracted employees, not school district employees. But our paraeducators and secretaries are not able to take advantage of that same benefit simply because they are directly employed by the school district. We've already begun and will continue to send emails, give in-person testimony, show up for days of action throughout the rest of this year, and then through the legislative session in the winter. And lastly, I have many members who are concerned with the possibility of immigration enforcement agents coming to Helena and perhaps targeting our schools and our students. Superintendent Welts and I have discussed what protocols the district has in place in a worst-case scenario. More questions have been asked since our meeting, so I'm staying in communication with HSD administration as changes arise. I've also been in communication with MFPE to get a clear picture of what's happening across the state and what recommendations and guidelines they are providing to membership. And they're getting some of those answers from some of the same places that Rex is getting his answers, school administrations of Montana, MTSBA, et cetera. So that's it. It was quick. I talk fast. Questions? Okay.
Thank you. Facilities and technology report. Wait.
All right. A lot of our meeting yesterday was Amoresco and the warehouse lease. So you've been debriefed on that. For tech, always busy, and I just want to preface it by reminding everyone that we haven't passed a tech levy for a long time, so everything you hear about comes out of the general fund or interlocal. They're working on accreditation, which is required by the state. They are building better improved report cards. A couple years ago, they implemented a standards-based report card for, look, does that go through 8th or 5? And they're improving that. Installing software for federally required NAEP test, which I believe is 4th, 8th, and 12th. And then I have in parentheses, ask Caitlin. I didn't, but we'll assume that that's right. Lots of Chromebook repair. We are having more and more Chromebooks needing help. They filled 925 requests. Not all of them were Chromebooks, but many of them were. For safety and security, they updated and installed an audio system in the HHS gym. And if you remember from the architectural plan, the gym will remain. So it's state of the art that they're just barely functioning right now with old technology. So is that done, Gary?
It's not, it will be
Be
done
done.
this summer. They need a full week in the gym, so.
Okay.
It'll be, yeah, it's scheduled.
Okay, great. Thank you. They finished up the door fobs for Kinder Sprouts. They need their own little area to go out. So that took some messing around and making sure that they stayed in their area. And then finally for tech or not tech, the copy center protocol has not changed since I got a job here in '99, which is all paper. So they're looking at automating that and in a cost neutral way. So that's been a long time coming. Let's see. Facilities was pretty much covered with Amoresco. Was also shared that there's been 2 significant student illnesses at Rossiter, and you may hear about that. So it's good to know that Todd and team has followed through on testing, and lead and asbestos has come out well. They're working on air quality right now. So 2 students. Student illnesses. So there's been an ask to make sure that there's not environmental issue at Rossiter, and Mr. Verrill and team are following through on that. That's correct, right? Okay. Also, paper products are a big cost, and they've been going up significantly. Mr. Verrill has been working with Staples to since we buy so much, to work on keeping those costs down, is having some success there. Some of the regular projects, preparing for the regular sequence of flooring replacement. We have thousands of square feet of flooring that we have to keep up with. Couple small projects that we've talked to you before at Central. There's a runoff project that's still underway, and a ground cover project to the north of the building, just for cleanliness. Still working on wind damage from the storm a few weeks ago. So that covers it. Any questions?
Thank you. You're welcome. Budget and finance. Oh, nice.
I've been voluntold. So there's not a whole lot to say in terms of the budget to actuals. Things are looking good. There's our overtime continues to be over budget, but we budgeted a very small amount for that, and that's due to some custodial positions that are not filled and we're needing overtime for. So not a big concern. We'll adjust that for next year. And then I believe, yes, Jana asked that we all get a copy of this 2025 bond projects sources and funds sheet, which was very helpful. Thank you for providing that. So it gives us an update, and as we progress through the bonds, we'll have current costs versus total expected costs. One question we had was what cost of issuance covered, and that's things like bonds, council fees, advertising, things to issue the bonds. Is that correct? And that was pretty much the exciting stuff.
Thank you. Any questions? Teaching and learning.
That's also me.
Oh.
I'll be fast. We finally went over the fall data, but we're going to get winter data next month, and that will be more exciting because we can compare them. So I think that the administration has worked really hard to set some really great goals. I think it was great to get a snapshot of where our students were at coming into the school year. And it'll be great to see the growth numbers as we look at the winter benchmark data, and we'll get that at our next month's teaching and learning. So.
Thank you. Any questions? Righty. Policy committee, we know what you've been up to.
Let's take it from the top, shall we? No, so you guys have heard everything that we've been discussing in the committee. All of the concerns, questions, all of that sort of stuff has just been brought up and talked about as we've gone through. Does anyone have any questions for me? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your diligence.
They're not.
Health Benefits Committee, wow. I mean, if you want to just take a pass on this one, you can.
I think I can. I would just say ditto. We've talked about pretty much all of this that we've been working on already tonight.
Good work. Well, thank you very much for all your work on that. Wellness Committee.
That would
Ooh,
be
nice.
me. Yeah. Harvest of the Month, they surveyed 105 fourth grade students and families. And some of the interesting findings were that 61% of students knew how to grow local food. 83% of families knew the value of eating fruits and veggies. Robert informed us that Sodexo will be paying for the taste test for Harvest of the Month next school year, which is great. In the surveys, parents indicated that they would like links to videos of cooking basics. So maybe that can be in the newsletter or something like that. But they do want, as their kids get more exposure to local foods and recipes, like if they could get a video or a little instructional bite just to how to cook. We were informed that Old Salt wants to work with Helena School District on local beef, so that's really exciting development. District Kitchen, Robert always has a lot to say and has big aspirations, but knows that there's a lot of negotiating. One of the things that was talked about was if the kitchen can also be like an education center for students and families, you know, for cooking demos or whatnot. And I'm just wondering, I know space is a thing, so maybe that food science room at PAL or the culinary room at Helena High, maybe those are alternative options. But people that were on the wellness committee are part of the Kids Hunger Coalition and all that jazz. So
If I may,
Yeah.
you're right. There's a lot of new spaces coming on board.
Yeah.
And so duplicating a space in that, we have food share with Jordan and of course that partnership across the street. Then we'll have new facilities at Helena High and then obviously at PAL. So the budget doesn't look in the square feet isn't working out where we're going to have a more classroom space within the district kitchen. However, it would be great to have, but I don't see that in the forecast.
But do you see possibly using another space?
Oh,
Or,
absolutely,
like,
yes.
dually
Yeah, the work.
using it, that's what I'm
Yeah,
thinking.
yeah. That open space that Tim Mildred was talking about in PAL or the Family Consumer Science, it opens up and spills out into the
Yeah.
commons area. That real big area, that the commons area that Helena High School will have.
Yeah.
That's an open space. And like I said, the partnership that we have with Food Share, they have a big community room that
Mhm.
could be easily utilized to walk across the street and use it there as well.
Cool. And then there's a event tomorrow. It's sponsored by Elevate Montana. I primarily know them because they do ACEs and PACEs training, mental health, adverse childhood experiences. But they're having just like a fair of wellness people in the community. So it's open to everybody. There'll be appetizers and whatnot. So that'll be from 3:30 to 5:30 at the Myrna Loy tomorrow. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Montana School Boards Association. Did we have a?
I'm gonna go next time.
What's that?
I'm gonna go next time. Totally spaced it.
That is totally fine.
Can I ask?
You've been busy.
We
Can I
did,
ask
we
Trustee
did meet.
Hawthorne
I'll
a
bring a
question
report real quick. Would it be possible for you to bring Ms. Sean's concerns to your next board meeting regarding the ICE concerns and policies
absolutely.
across the state? And maybe you could report back to us what other
Okay.
districts are doing.
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you.
We just had a meeting. I just didn't take notes. So I'll do
That's
that
great.
next meeting, but I will reach out to the board and Mr. Melton and try to get an answer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Parent Council visit report. Did anyone visit a parent council? I didn't either. All right. Upcoming meetings. So we've got a meeting on the 24th, the work session. It's in the Powell foyer, and so that's going to be called the Powell Commons in a couple of years. So just enjoy these last sunset days of meeting in the foyer of a former Safeway, because it's all coming to an end, folks. And then we have a work session at the Lincoln PD Center. This is like our kind of this new construction alignment / dream work session ish.
Yeah. Potentially environment where it's not just getting it information dealt to you, that you can actually ask questions and you really have, pretty intimate conversation with what's happening with the buildings.
Cool, thank you. Babies welcome. Although at our last one, Mr. Rex Welts took that baby. He took,
Hey,
and
by
he
the
just-
way,
he just carried that baby around for like 90 minutes, as though we didn't all want to hold the baby.
I might
So uncouth.
have done that. We had a great meeting today.
Oh, says the guy who held the
Declan-
baby the whole time.
I was a little disappointed when you walked in and you didn't have in tow. We did decide, yeah, true. We did decide that he will now have a nameplate.
I think
at
he
the
actually needs to come to every meeting just to make them a little shorter. I think he could help keep
Yeah.
us honest. All right. Are there any board or superintendent comments? I do have one little comment. I just wanted to shout out former HMS Bobcat Connor Ralph taking 9th in the men's was it free slope style? One more event coming up, and this is exactly why we had to reverse those music and PE cuts. Because we're a training ground for Olympians.
That's right. I got up at.
Are you serious? Which school? Oh my God.
My neighbor, I have his air hockey table, so this.
Were you at the watch party at 4:30 this morning?
I
Is
was
that
at
why
the
you're
watch
so
party.
You were?
I was at the watch party. I'm a little tired. I've been up for a long time. I got up at 3:45.
Wow.
Wow. It was cool. You were playing it cool.
Well, it was just fun. I don't have a real connection, but it was just so fun to see the community and the families and all the relatives, and
So
and he did really well. He was kind of right in the middle, so it was awesome.
It's awesome. Sometimes under a cloak of darkness, when we have snowy winters, he'll sneak back into town and street ski on those rails at Vidge Stadium. That's not me. But
And the rails going down to the track at CR.
yeah, we got to keep those rails in perpetuity
I see that a lot.
for future hijinks.
I think that needs to be a conversation for the design team, new buildings.
Nope, they left. That's their problem. Any other comments?
Good work. The amount of work that I was thinking individually, teaching and learning, budget, wellness, policy, facilities, health, construction. There's a lot. A lot. There's a lot there. Good work.
It's a lot there.
It's a good board.
Oh yeah,
Calendar.
Did you adjourn?
Are you adjourned? I'm just gonna slow roll this for 3 more minutes. Come on, we gotta get a 5-hour meeting in here. 5-hour power hour.
Realize one thing. Do you realize that I got the mic? Missoula does not have a policy committee. Bozeman does not have a budget committee. There's not subcommittees. This is unique in the amount of work that you
Whoa.
like to do.
No wonder we're
Put that in
guys, you see it in student achievement,
Bamboozled into doing.
There's options. There's options.
All right. A committee on committees. All right, guys, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much.
Yeah.